Is that what we doing, Peaceful Storm? Attendance here present. That's funny. That's funny. Welcome to Deconstructing Christianity. I am your host, Coach Renz, and today we're going to continue the conversation that we was having yesterday. Didn't really get a good chance to have that conversation, seeing as how I had to bug out of here. Um, we was only here for an hour, so of course there was uh, not enough time to really have the conversation. So today we're going to continue that conversation. We're going to continue it. Where we're talking about the problems in dating the Exodus story. Today we'll be able to take on guests. I am not going to put up with the idiocy though that I put up with yesterday. That's for damn sure. But we're going to hopefully have some adult conversations concerning a proper dating of the Exodus story and why the improper dating of the Exodus story is one of the reasons why the story is just a farce. I know I'm doing a seminar on September 18th, a webinar on the greatest lie ever told, the Exodus story. Uh, so I might be shooting myself in the foot by doing this commentary. Oh, it cracked. Oh, I knew I should have went downstairs and V-cut this thing. Trying a new cigar today. It's supposed to go great with coffee. It's a rather thin one though. I do have another one on the side. So I don't know if you was here with me yesterday, but yesterday we had the conversation was pretty good. I talked for about 30 minutes on why I say that the Exodus story is poorly dated. All the information is still behind me. No one could answer the one question. No person who believes in the Bible could not answer the question between why is it in Solomon says that it would date what Solomon says in 1 Kings 6:1, it would date the Exodus to happen around 1447. But because Genesis 1 claimed that they built the city of Ramses, really, my neighbor, they decided to make all this noise now. But they built the city of Ramses, that the Hebrews claimed to have built the city of Ramses, that wasn't built until between 1279 and 1213. So it places two different distinct differences in the date. The Rabbinic Judaism places the date between 1391 and 1271 as the life of Moses. So if my neighbor, I swear, who is in this hot San Antonio sun working outside? So Grandma, what's up, Donald? Peace Storm, how you doing? So no one was able to answer that question. No one's able to answer that question. I found that very interesting. That there was no answer for it. I'm gonna hate to close this window. All right. People want to talk about everything else. They want to mention and obfuscate onto everything else, but they're deflecting. And here's the thing: if you believe that the Bible is true, then it cannot have these types of mistakes. These types of mistakes should not be uh, part of the biblical canon. All right. And this cigar is supposed to be a coffee-oriented cigar. Got a little chocolate to it. I don't usually smoke flavored cigars. It's not truly flavored. I actually bought these for my wife. We got these for her, not so much for me. But I got some good coffee. So anyway, so today hopefully we'll have some people who want to make some comments, who want to answer the question about the Exodus, and we can talk anything about the Exodus. The Exodus story is an impossibility, improbability, and never happened. And that's a bold statement that I will be able to make and can back up. I would love for someone to be able to prove that the Exodus story happened, that they think that they can prove the Exodus story. Because without the Exodus, you can't have your King David. You don't have Moses. Without Moses, You don't have your Genesis without Genesis and Moses. You don't have Boaz and Ruth. You don't get Jesse. You don't get David. You don't get Solomon. You don't get Jesus. Now, what you can have is people who claim that they believe in the Jesus character and attribute a history. Or let me rephrase, you can have a person who is born. They may be named David. They may be named Solomon. They may become a leader of these regions. And then they attribute a history to themselves that they are merely just making up, that they're giving themselves history, right? It's the same way as Alexander the Greek gave himself a miracle birth, the same way Egyptian pharaohs gave themselves deification. People have been born, especially in ancient times, and they give themselves a history. We got people who do that today. They're born, they give themselves a history. We call them liars. We call them liars. And when they give a whole history of a country, we call those governments. They're governments. So when these Hebrew people emerged out of the Bronze Age collapse that was occurring, that ended around 1150, around 1000 BCE, what you have is these people who had separated themselves from Canaan, from the Canaanites, now wanting to create a history for themselves. So, in creating a history for themselves, they made up this Exodus story. They took on stories of people like Sargon, how he was floated down the Euphrates River in a basket. The king's baker plucked him out of the waters. Sargon became a primary person in the court, became a cupbearer, then showed military strategies, and then he becomes king and creates the first empire that is in recorded history. Moses and Sargon both floated down the river, found by somebody important to the court of the king, and then become important in the king's court. He establishes the first empire. Moses is the beginning of establishing what would be the Hebrew, the Israelites' empire or kingdom. It never was an empire, but kingdom. So you have these people trying to create their own history. They saw that the city of Jericho had already been destroyed from 1500 BCE up until 1000. There was no wall within Jericho, so they decided that they are going to claim that Joshua destroyed Jericho. They knew the city of Ai had been abandoned. Oh, we're going to claim, they're writing this during the Babylonian captivity, we're going to claim that Joshua destroyed Ai. I mean, they're claiming something that supposedly happened thousands and thousands, well, hundreds of years before. So who was going to challenge the story? Plus, they're writing this as captives of the Babylonians. The Babylonians didn't give a shit if they claimed that their ancient ancestors destroyed these cities during the time frame when the Levant was in, well, the Mediterranean itself was in chaos. So the story gets to live. And since the story gets to live, the lie becomes truth. And all the way up, here it is, 2,500 years later. And a lie that was told is believed to be truth by over 2 billion people. You know what? What's funny? Here's what's funny. Out of politeness, an Islamic scholar will say the Exodus happened. Out of politeness, a Buddhist scholar will say that the Exodus happened. Out of politeness, there are atheists who will say that the Exodus happened. Out of politeness, there are many college-educated um, professors who will say that the Exodus happened. Out of politeness, governments say that the Exodus happened. All of this damn politeness of saying that the Exodus happened in order to not offend the Israelite people and the Christians. I mean, think about that. Think about that. You got institutions of learning that know that there is no evidence for the Exodus, that there are hundreds of documentation letters that were exchanged between Ramesses II and the vassal states that were in the Levant in Canaan, but letters between Meneptah and vassal states that was in the land of Canaan. So, and then from Thutmose III and all these other pharaohs that go all the way back to the whole entire 18th dynasty, you got letters from them corresponding with their vassal states, their vassal kingdoms, who in the Levant, and demonstrations of them having peace treaties between them and the Hittites, showing that their land extended up to Turkey, the Egyptian land extended up to Turkey, and then the Hittites began there. We got all this information that demonstrates that the Levant was controlled by Egypt at any other time frames that you want to claim the Exodus story happened. But the politeness of government, the politeness of so-called educated people, they will still say the Exodus happened. 2 million people wandering around an area that's smaller than Arizona. And yet, there's no artifacts. There's no artifacts whatsoever. Millions of Israelite people living in Goshen, living in Egypt, and there's no artifacts. They tried to erase the memory of Hatshepsut. They failed. They tried to erase all the other gods under Akhenaten. He failed. They tried to erase Akhenaten and his worship of the Aten, his monotheism, and they failed. We have information about those individual people, but 12 million people living in Israel, according to one Jewish Talmud, but 2 million people, 600,000 men walking around, and we have not one artifact. Not one. Visitor makes a good point on Facebook. So we're streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. The Exodus couldn't have happened because Egypt could not survive that. There would not be another Pharaoh. They surely would not. Their economy would have crashed so damn hard. And here's the thing about that. During the time frames that no matter, because Christians they're gonna have to put this through in between the time frame of Solomon's 1447 down to 1213. That time frame has been noted as a prosperous time frame in Egypt. The 18th dynasty in itself, its totality, was one of the most prosperous time frames in Egypt. So the Exodus could never have happened. But so I'm waiting for a believer to tell to come on here and give us some proof and convince us. But I really won't want to answer the how the Bible contradicts itself in its dating of the Exodus. But in the meantime, in between time, right? Shameless plug. October 31st through November 2nd, we're going to be meeting here in San Antonio. If you go to our YouTube channel at Coach Renz, RENZ 33, you will see the link in this video. There's a description. And in the description, you'll see the link to the hotel by which we are going to be staying at, which offers free breakfast and free supper. So I look forward to you guys joining us October 31st through November 2nd. Shameless plug. Over. Yeah. But I would love for there to be some proof. Because help me understand, why is academia polite? Why are scholars polite? Why is government polite? To hell with all that. Why can't it just be truthful? Just be truthful. That's all I would ask. It's just true. Just true. Let's see if we can get some. Bon Tim?
Yeah, don't know.
Bon Ton?
Yeah.
All right. So how old are you for TikTok purposes?
TikTok. I'm not sure.
I said, how old are you?
Oh, 52.
52? And are you a believer?
I believe. Somewhat.
Okay.
I used to be in the Nation of Islam. That was my last religion that I followed.
Okay. So do you believe the Exodus happened or not?
I believe it happened, but I did think that they mixed this. I believe what you say. I believe they mixed the story up. I don't believe they came from Israel to Egypt to Israel. Maybe they came from further away, like maybe Morocco somewhere, because
What?
it's taken them 40 years. And from Egypt to only like 7 miles from the Gaza, Egypt to Israel. So it shouldn't take you 40 years.
Yeah, I mean,
Even African people know that.
I mean,
So I think they came from a further away in that.
well, the story in the Bible goes that they actually it only took them it really only took them a few days to get to the promised land, just as it took Pharaoh Thutmose only 9 days to travel to Canaan in a war effort. It only
Oh,
took them, according to the Bible, it only took them a few days to actually get to the promised land. The problem is that once they got there, the they went and looked at Jericho and they was like, oh, they're giants, they're going to destroy us. And so the people didn't have confidence in this guy. So he was going to destroy all the people. So he didn't get, but then he decided, I'm just going to make y'all walk around in a circle until everyone who came out of Egypt is dead except for Joshua and Caleb.
oh, okay.
So that's why there's this 40-year uh, walking around to allow for everyone who came out of Egypt. Well, and let me be specific: everyone who came out of Egypt who was over the age of 18 to die, and that happened in 40 years. So that means that somebody who was 20 years old, they died by the time they was 40, in order for them to go into. Uh,
Yeah, so possibly it could have happened, but they just changed the story around. I just think it came from a further away city or something. I don't know.
well, I mean,
Just
I'm giving you the rationale as to why it's the 40 years according to the Bible story.
okay, right.
So coming
They
from
just
so it doesn't necessarily have to come from a further away people. Now, even if you looked at from a further away people, there should be some evidence of those people coming from a foreign land, right? Like, where is this? Because we're talking about like 2 million people, 2 million people coming from like even Morocco or something like that. Let me give an example. Uh, so Mansa Musa traveled from Mali to Mecca, right?
right with it. That's a
Al-
long way.
Along the way, he spent so much money that he bankrupt towns. His presence was felt, and he's just one dude with a caravan of a few hundred people. Is a big. I mean, that's a lot of people.
Right.
But he only had a few hundred, maybe 1,000 people that he caravanned across North Africa into Mecca, which still didn't take him 40 years, but he left evidence of that. So we don't have any,
Oh,
there's no evidence of a people group of that size moving from like Morocco and then moving to Tunisia, settling for a little while, then moving to the next part and settling for. We don't have, there's nothing that shows that. And if they came by boat, it would not have taken them 40 years.
uh,
So that kind of doesn't work.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that's
so
true.
so with there being a lack of evidence, how can you say it happened?
Cause they were written, and I think if they were written, they must have got it. They must have heard somebody talking about it. Cause me, I think the people hear people talk about stuff, then they write it down.
So,
Whether it's truth or not, they steal the history.
so do you believe in Zeus?
You,
You believe Zeus existed? The Greek?
no,
I mean,
no.
but people talked about it. People wrote about him. People believed in it.
People believe in juice.
Because that's you said that because people talked about it, because it was written down, then the Exodus story happened, right?
Yes, yeah.
So people talked about Zeus, right?
Right.
People wrote about Zeus.
True.
So
movie.
So then Zeus exists as well, right?
No, that's kind of powerful there.
But it's the same thing but it's the same qualification you just gave for this Exodus story to have happened. You see?
Yeah, because there's lots of history where people just take people's story. Even Black American, we take stories. Remember, like everybody think that what her name, Harriet Tubman, she only stayed from the border to the north from the Mason-Dixie land, but people make it look like she stayed 200 miles, like she would come from Mississippi to Maryland, when she really stayed at the border.
Okay.
So people do make up stuff.
No, people do make up stuff. I will grant you that. So could the Exodus story just be made up as well?
Yeah, that's true.
So if you have a group of people separating,
the Jewish people, they live there in Israel. That's what I'm saying. They live there, so they must have came from somewhere because they're there.
Oh, they came from.
They don't look like they're from there.
It's most likely that they came from the other Canaanite people who were already living in Canaan, and then they just separated themselves, sort of like John Smith separating himself and becoming Mormons, or Elijah Muhammad separating himself from Christianity and starting the Nation of Islam. And even in starting the Nation of Islam, it was separate from Arab Islam, right?
Right.
So if this black man can start his own thing, is it possible that that the Canaanite people who were living under Egyptian rule separated themselves during the Bronze Age collapse and separated themselves before the Bronze Age, but separated themselves from one group of Canaanites and became a separate group of Canaanites, calling themselves Israelites, still worshiping the same God though?
That's true, because me being in the Nation Islam, I see other Islam that look just like the Nation Islam, but they was called different lost out, and then they got the Hebrew people who also they lead it within the Nation Islam. Then you got the 5%. So there's a lot of people that used to be in the Nation Islam
right,
on their own group. So you're right. You're right. I think there's about 6 offshoots of the Nation of Islam now.
So then, I know it was that many. So then, if you got a group if you got a group of Canaanite people, and they're all under Egyptian control, but then one group separates, they still worship a deity within the pantheon of the Canaanite religion. Is it more plausible that when they separated, they then created their own story, which then is the made-up story of the Exodus? So
this could be true.
Yeah. So in the Canaanite pantheon, you had El and his wife Asherah, and they had a son named Baal and Yahweh. Then, in and around the 1200s BCE, you have a separate nomadic group of Canaanite people who are worshiping just Yahweh. So it's coming from the same pantheon. So is it most likely that the people who would become the Israelites, the Hebrews, are merely just Canaanites who separated from the other Canaanites?
That could be true. Because I can't see 2 million people sticking together all the way there and one no break off or things like that, That's kind of hard to keep 2 million together.
Yeah. And there's no pottery, there's no altars, no bones, there's no graves, there's absolutely no sense of people walking around for 40 years in the Sinai Peninsula.
So you saying it could be the greatest lie ever told? The greatest lie ever told, replacing
I think
lie that was told to Black America.
Yes, I think it is the great
Black American.
Go ahead.
You think it is the greatest lie ever told?
Yeah, I think it's the greatest lie ever told.
Lie. What about the Black American lie? The one that said that we something different at one time. You remember when Black America didn't really know where they were from, They thought Africa was like a jungle or something, you remember?
Oh yeah, when they used to teach us that Africa was uncivilized, never had anything good about it, all that kind of stuff. Made Black people hate Africa. You talking about that?
So it's up there with that, like, oh yeah, you're right. Damn, history got a lot of lies in it. Because even they got me with this one. I gotta admit. I think they want to read that during the next Israel. I gotta admit, I used to believe that growing up that we were cursed. No lie.
Yeah. I once believed that.
Put my hands and my feet in
the
water.
I would say that the Exodus lie is the greatest lie ever told, because that is a lie that really only affected a smaller portion of the population when you look at the world population. But when you look at the world population, everybody around the world politely accepts this Exodus story out of being polite instead of just being real about it. If you go to any country, they're going to say that the Exodus happened, because they don't want to be, they're scared of the people who wrote the story and the people who believe in the story, the power that they have.
Yeah, that's true. Damn. That's yeah, because that story also got Black people to be more freely enslaved too, believing that Israel and all that stuff, that one day we would be free too. That they said that was part of the thing that kept Black people enslaved. But it was. 400 years that they'd be gone.
Teaching the Exodus story made it easier to keep the mental slavery over enslaved people in the Americas. Yeah, it certainly was.
That's true.
That's why it was one of the stories that was part of the Negro Bible.
Yeah, and the crazy thing, my mother was crazy about Charleston Heston. I mean, we really been tired of it. And I'm talking about my family, knowing my mother, some of her friends too.
Yeah.
They were crazy about Charleston Heston was the man.
Because he represented it, the story, the movie represented hope for the oppression that they was going through, instead of realizing that if they fought their own economic fight, they can get out of the oppression themselves.
He could have been president, Charleston Heston. He was about the most popular guy next to Kennedy, right?
I wouldn't have been surprised if that happened. But
Charleston Heston.
But I don't want to get too far off subject.
I get you. Yes, but it's a, I just hate that nobody know the truth, and the people that say it won't. Well, maybe you tell them the truth.
Well, the truth is very well known. It's just that people are too damn polite. People just being polite about it. They don't want to say what the truth is, because I've met with certain scholars who will, in private, admit to me that Jesus never existed, the Exodus story never happened, Moses never existed. But on a stage, they won't say that, because they know how much how controversial it is, and how much how much flack they'll catch. So they'll say, oh, Jesus was probably a historical character. It's most likely he was a historical character, even though they don't really believe that. Moses might have been a historical character, but they get a little bit more leeway with that. But they'll say the Exodus might have happened. I'm like, man, you tell me in private that that is a bullshit.
But in public, first thing people are gonna say to you is, where you get your knowledge? And people are gonna say,
reading.
Are you a learned man?
Read, study, comprehend. Read, study, comprehend. And like, I don't have a problem with Google, but You have to be able to use it competently. But before Google, I was going to the libraries. So I go to the libraries. I was using the Library of Congress. I would go to when I lived in when I was born. I was growing up in Atlanta, so I would go to Georgia Tech, Georgia State libraries and their religious studies, and then I would go. Then when I was living in Europe, I would go to the libraries in Europe, go to museums, travel to those places. In
Oh, okay.
Israel, went to the
Okay, so,
places, went to studied at the Tel Aviv Museum.
so you've been doing it for a while. You're not just some guy who got a cigar and put a hat on and woke up this morning and said, I'm a prophet. Okay. A lot of
Nah,
people on the internet like that. A lot of prophet, come on.
yeah, and I don't
They
claim to
learned
be.
yesterday and now they on the internet.
The only thing I prophesize is that the Atlanta Hawks gonna make it to the Eastern Conference Finals. That's the only prophecies I made. That the Atlanta Falcons are gonna make it to the playoffs. Those are my kind of prophecies. I don't. There's no prophecies of like. Now I could do it.
But that's the only reason why people won't believe you. The only reason that some people won't believe you because you don't have a title. Like even Elijah Muhammad will call messenger, and that's why Muhammad called master,
Well, I'm not
You just have what's your name?
Lorenzo.
See, you don't have nothing in front of you like Master Lorenzo, So
Well,
most people
yeah.
that people believe have something in the front of them, like doctor, like I say, Elijah Muhammad, messenger.
Yeah, you can be a title doesn't really mean anything to me, even though my channel.
Dr. Martin Luther King,
Yeah,
doctor.
yeah, that don't really mean a lot to me.
Honorable Louis Farrakhan.
Right. So just because you got a title doesn't really mean anything. Just because you went to a college doesn't mean anything. It just means you learn how to study, you learn how to read, you pass the test. But it doesn't mean that you have the right answers.
So I
So
just said, if you had Honorable Lorenzo, that's more, bishop or something like that, dealing more,
I mean, it makes people. What's sad is that titles give people believability into you, which is dumb, which shows the how sheepish people can be. So if I had maintained my deaconship, then I don't know what
Oh,
was
you were
called it.
deacon before.
I
Oh,
used to
see,
be a
but that's
deacon.
Deacon Lorenzo.
See, if I had maintained that,
You would get some people to believe you. I
people
guarantee
are
you that.
more, people don't question you as much. But I used to
That's
sit,
true.
I've sat in churches where people are reverends and bishops and all this stuff. And shit, quite frankly, a couple of them didn't even know how to read. How are you how are you apostle or bishop and you don't know how to read? You can't even read the book that you supposedly are quoting. You don't know if somebody told you the right thing or the wrong thing because you can't verify it.
Yeah, that's true. They
Oh,
come from the old country church and people didn't know,
this was in the city. This is in Atlanta.
and this,
This is
oh yeah?
in Atlanta.
Yeah, that is the city.
Hmm. I've been parts of conferences in Atlanta with ministers and pastors and bishops and all these people from different denominations and some of them are about as dumb as bricks. So
Yeah,
all that stuff don't mean anything.
yeah, but in Atlanta, I see the Atlanta people on TV. Some of them talk like a lot of slang, the young guys. I don't know. That's why I thought Atlanta's still kind of country. They don't talk like you, but or maybe
I am born and
but
bred Atlanta, but it depends on where in the city you grew up. You might have a different accent. And then ever since the late 80s, Atlanta has been invaded by everyone from New York, Chicago, LA, and
the
everywhere else.
backwoods,
If you go there,
Mississippi backwoods, Alabama.
yeah, but
Yeah. So
if you
you
go
got
to Atlanta, it will be hard to find someone who was born and raised there. I've literally been in a room of 30 people, and I'm the only person who was born and raised in Atlanta, and everybody else is from somewhere else.
yeah because I got family that moved there.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. So so I think that so you're not planning on getting a title. You're just gonna go like that.
I thought about
I
it.
think that'll work.
I thought about it, but if I were to go back to school, it wouldn't be for religious studies. I would go back to school for something else. So it wouldn't be of my interest. And I don't want to go and be forced to right answers to questions or things of that nature. That's what the school has decided is the right answer.
Yeah. But you know the exit here that you have with the water going the side, that's something that people really believe happened. That part the Red Sea and they went through the middle. Damn. It sounds kind that's that one.
Yeah, people actually believe that, and there is a debate whether or not it's actually meant to say the Sea of Reeds, since they were in the area. They were supposedly in this area of Goshen. So if you look at a satellite image of Egypt, the Goshen area is lush and green. It's not deserty like the Charleston Heston movie, how they make it in the movies. If you were going to exit it out of Egypt and go towards the Sinai Peninsula, you wouldn't go all the way down south to, I believe, Avaris and then try to cross the Red Sea. You would just go across the marshlands of the Delta, um, and there is a sea of reeds there. And it's only about 6 feet deep, but 6 feet deep and 2 million people trying to go across there is hard as fuck. But there is a wind that blows seasonally that it lowers the water level. And this is something that would have been very well known to the people in the Mediterranean, since this was the trade routes that Egypt had established all the way up through Turkey. People would have known these different conditions that were existing in Egypt and in the Delta, especially since Israel at the time, they had a copper mine, I believe it was copper, a copper mine that was a main supplier of Egypt during that 18th dynasty. So there would have been knowledge of that.
And we're not talking about long ago, because we're talking about like 4,000 years, not super long.
No, it's not even. It's not even 4,000 years ago.
Yeah, we're 500 years from slavery,
Yeah.
So there'll be more things to that.
Yeah, there'll be a lot more to it.
There'll be a lot more to it, but we just can't. It's too late. It's almost like we just bury into these things, man. It's crazy.
Well, people are, because you're born into it and you're taught that you have to believe in something, and that if you don't believe in something, you can't be moral and you can't be a good person. And you need somebody to come and save you. And people believe that, and because they believe that, then they feel like, oh, I have to believe in this religion. It's the one of my parents, it's the one of their parents, and so on and so forth. And people will be ignorant in the face of actual information.
I'll tell you one thing about the story here. Because of the story there about Moses and all that, I knew this guy who was a friend of mine. His children, he would tell me some of his children won't believe in Christianity that much. They rather be atheists because they just can't see that. So I think that also makes a lot of people atheists, because they just can't see the world will open up and stuff like that. Some young people, so they don't want to go to church, and
Yeah,
they're almost like non-religious. They really killing the religion, really.
Yeah, the younger generation, the millennials, Gen Zers, they are the largest group of people who are walking away from these religions, not following these religions. You can't in today's age, in this information age, you can't hide information. Information can be gained. When I was
mad when they say they're not gonna follow the religion, right? We get mad when we say, "Oh, you're not gonna be a Christian. You're not gonna be this."
I celebrate it, but people do get mad and people get angry and they break up their families and they disavow people, which is a sad state. But yeah, people get into their feelings, but that's not my problem.
They're making a lot of people atheists. That story that you're talking about, got a lot of people going atheists.
It should, because why are you believing that all the waters in the land of Egypt turned into blood, but yet they were able to dig along the side of the river and get water? That doesn't make sense. And then if all the waters in Egypt turned into blood, then where did the water come from for Pharaoh's magicians to turn some more water into blood? See how that doesn't make sense? Like, what state are you in?
I'm in Paris.
In Paris?
Yeah, Paris, France.
Paris? Oh, you suck.
What?
I love Paris.
You know, even Paris talk about.
I love.
You'd be surprised.
I love
Paris.
Paris.
They talk about things too. I'd be surprised things they talk about Black America, but they just say it in French. Yeah. I'd be surprised sometimes.
Well, let's not get off subject. But yeah. So you live in Paris, and I hate you for it. But so imagine if all the waters in Paris, the Seine, all of the tributaries, all the water that's in pots and pans, all the waters in the refrigerator, all the waters, bottled waters in the stores, all that water turns into blood, right?
Right.
But then but according to this story, the magicians had water that they turned into blood. So if all the water turned into blood, how can the magicians get water?
That's true.
You can't. It doesn't work. It simply just does not work. The story is contradicting its own self, right? So it doesn't work.
That's true. The French when I've been to French, they don't teach us on that part of this stuff. They don't teach about that.
Oh, they're
just
not?
Like if you go to Quebec, they don't teach on nothing about religion. They leave that part alone.
Well, France is becoming more and more secular, and religion is considered to be a private thing in countries like France and the Netherlands. So people don't go around boasting their religion like they do in America.
Right.
You don't have France didn't have the evangelical movements.
Right. Yeah. Now you got the old witness. That's the only one I see outside in Paris now. Sometimes.
Oh shit! They got Jehovah's Witness now.
Yeah. Lately I started seeing some African one too. African.
Okay. When I was there, I never saw Jehovah's Witness. It was beautiful. Yeah. Not to be inundated by.
They consider a cult in Paris. They consider a cult. But what you have cult, like a cult. Cult.
Yeah, cult.
Cult. That's what they consider in Paris a cult.
No, they are. They're cult here too. Were you born in France?
No.
Oh.
I'm born in the U.S. I just been away for a while. Oh. Back and forth,
Yeah.
I'm going down south like you.
Okay.
Yeah. Born right at my family come from Louisiana. So.
Okay, that's the accent I'm hearing then.
Yeah.
Ah, so tu parles en français?
Oui, je parle français.
As far as we're gonna go. All right.
Je peux parler créole aussi.
Ah, I see.
That's one of the reasons why it's easy for me, because I can't speak the French. If I don't speak the French, I meet black people from the West Indies. You can say stuff in Creole, and they can understand. So you can feel a little bit more relaxed.
Oui, je comprends. Je comprends.
Only have a problem with TikTok people. When I go on like the FBA, they always kick me off because they say I'm a spy. So I don't like. So that's why I just talk to you. But other people, they accuse me of being a spy. Or whatever they call it, Soto, you're not Black American, all this kind of stuff. So
yeah,
so it's crazy. I have to defend who I am.
No, I understand, but I'm gonna go ahead and get some other people.
Man. It's nice talking to you, man.
It's nice talking to you too.
Okay, take care, Dan.
All right, the end. I want to get to some other people. Let me put the link out here on Facebook as well, and take Facebook and YouTube. Frank.
What's up, sir? How's it going?
Doing pretty well. How you doing? So you're on TikTok. So
bless the highly favored. You too.
So you're on TikTok. How old are you?
I am 40, about to be 41.
All right. Happy early born day. And so you're a believer, I would think.
I'm a believer, yes, but You know the saying, it's glitching a little bit because I'm really a believer. So every time I get on TikTok, it always glitches. Because people forget first, we are light. We are enlightened beings. But first though, I wanted to get on here because you know how they always say a village raises a child, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So why couldn't a village raise a real child of God?
I don't understand what you mean by that. Why couldn't a village raise a real child of
Okay,
God?
if a village raises a child, right?
Yes.
So a mother and father aren't the only one that raises their children, right? Your aunt, and these days grandmamas, you know, you have their village.
Right.
So why would it only be one book that can raise a child of God?
Oh, I see the angle.
Because to have a good debate, you would have to know about it all, right?
Yeah, it depends on what you're debating about, but there's an echo in the back. I think I'm hearing myself repeat it.
I don't know why. What am I doing? So this is my first time on. I don't know about. Maybe I need to turn it down some. Probably.
No, you're fine. I'll get over it. We'll figure it out. So
I came here because people always say,
wait.
The image of God, right?
Hold on. Let's. So the way I like to do it is I have to hit point for points and not go into long, multi-question.
Okay, well, look. Well, the reason why I came here is because I wanted to show the image of God.
Okay, so what's the image? Well, first you said can a village raise a child of God? And based on, if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that you have to know all the religions in order to be able to raise a true child of God. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, it's just something that came to my mind the other day, and I'm asking, has anybody ever thought about that? That's all.
Well, you have to first be able to verify a God exists.
Well, I think God exists.
Why?
I don't think I believe God exists.
Okay. You believe God exists. Did you have any evidence?
And I can show the proof God exists.
Okay, what's your evidence for God's existence?
Okay, well, do you have a dollar bill on you?
No, I actually don't have keep cash on me at all.
Okay, do you know why you don't have cash on you? They're trying to hide the real image of God.
No, I don't.
Instead of people having money on them, they put it on cards and bitcoins and make it a digital.
I don't have cash on me because I don't like carrying cash.
That's fine.
I mean, I had cash yesterday.
Can I turn my video on and show the image real quick?
Sure. But
okay. Well, first off, there's I don't know how to do that. Let me have to. Okay, here we go. Now, first off, there's what do they call it? You have something. First off, God, one of the things that he said in the Bible is this: don't have no other God before me. So by him saying that, basically there are other gods instead of just himself.
I agree with you on that.
Let me get this. So he was made by the God. Why is my camera on? Hold on.
I don't know. Maybe
here we go. Here we go. He was made by a God. God is, which is wisdom. Her name is Sophia. That's on the left of the dollar bill. So right here, people always say, "Oh, it's the Illuminati," but it ain't never met an Illuminati person. So that's the goddess of wisdom. That's why that eye open. Okay?
You talking about the eye of providence?
Right. You have the eagle, which on Reservations.
Wait. Okay. Frank. We got to go moment for moment. Have a discussion about it.
Okay, well, look. So this is the eagle right here.
No, let's go back.
What do you see instead of an eagle?
Go back. You first showed
go back to the goddess of wisdom.
You showed the eye of providence, and you're saying that the eye of providence is the Sophia from the Gnostic belief. That's your claim.
That's my claim. What was Jesus Christ preaching? He wasn't preaching Christianity, was it?
Yeah. What he was preaching becomes Christianity. Becomes known as Christianity.
Because he died for our sins, right?
That's what the belief is. But
Okay.
the eye of providence,
I'm showing something different.
The Gnostic Gospels and Gnostic understanding was not something that was in widespread knowledge or any levels of knowledge in the Americas when they created the emblems on the dollar bill. So to attach the Sophia to the eye of providence would not be, there's nothing you can show that would demonstrate that they had that knowledge or connection to the Sophia. Because the Gnostic documents hadn't been, they were buried and undiscovered during that time frame.
Okay, do you think the elites know the supposed Antichrist, which is not bad, is coming?
I don't think they believe in any of that. If you're talking about you're talking about people like the Bilderberg Group, Bohemian Grove, the 13 Families, all of that, right?
Yeah, people.
Okay.
I was going to sue the Federal Reserve.
Okay.
Because I'm a real God's person.
I
thought I could go to a bank. I thought I could go to a bank 5 years ago and ask for money to do God's work with it, like help my community, stuff like that. And I've been to like 3 different banks. That was like 5 years ago. I was going to sue them, but I realized the dude put the "In God We Trust" on money because he wanted people to know God's everywhere on everything, even if we conscious of it or not.
Yeah, I mean, the "In God We Trust" was put on money because, they wanted to make America a Christian nation. They wanted to enforce that on America. It's in, what was that, in the 1950s, 1930s, 40s, and 50s?
If that was the case, sir, why didn't they put Jesus? Because Christianity wasn't, if you can't be a Christian, it ain't Christianity without having Jesus. Without Jesus, it's just you having gods, goddesses, and all that.
Because if you were to put if you specifically put Jesus on money like that, then you would be incorporating a theocracy based on one particular religion, which is invalidation. That violates the Constitution.
Why would the United States care about that?
Because
they didn't care when they was supposedly beating our ancestors.
Because
so why would they care about putting that on the dollar bill but put everything else on it?
Because
that don't matter.
Because hold on. You can't.
I just want to get to the point because I don't want to.
No,
I don't want to have you too long.
You don't want to get you can't just jump to the points that you want to talk about. When you make a statement,
I'm sorry. I'm not being disrespectful. I don't want to waste your time. I'm not gonna waste your time.
I'm gonna be on here for another 2 to 3 hours. So
okay, all right.
So when
I appreciate
so you have to.
Letting me get in your
okay,
mind,
I'm gonna need you to not interrupt me all the time. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So because I don't what I do on this show and which is very difficult to do when I'm having conversations with people is that oftentimes a person will make 2 or 3, 4, 5 different points, but we got to tackle each point as we go. All right. So the idea of you asked the question of why wouldn't they do it in America when they was beating in people's heads, you have to understand that even the European Americans who were running this country at that time frame still was a mixed bag of religion, of Christianity. You had your Protestants, your Calvinists, you had the Catholics, you got Mormons and everything else under the sun. So they're not all in agreement on their ideal or iconography of Jesus. So therefore, they're going to put that on there would have invited fight within the people themselves, as well as being a violation of the Constitution. You understand what I'm saying? Because the Anglicans might have been mad at the Calvinists, and the Calvinists might have been mad at the Catholics.
Sir, I understand that. And then I'm sorry, you asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it for you.
Go ahead.
I'm talking over you.
Go ahead.
I understand that, but they was giving the Bible to slaves, and they couldn't read it. So, come on, man. A lot of stuff was forced upon our people to make sure we was behind. So it's easy to say this wasn't go with this wasn't go with that. Like, that's easy to say.
Well, the The issue of putting Jesus on the money had nothing to do with black people and what they were doing with black
I'm
people.
just saying, why would they? I'm just saying that Christianity wasn't Christianity until Jesus died. It wasn't nothing considered as Christ until Jesus died. So they could have just put Jesus on if they wanted to. It's their money.
But that would invite fights amongst the white people and the Jewish people.
The white people don't care about fights. They don't.
Now,
Let's not talk about. You have gray supremacists, you have white, and you have black. The gray supremacists, which are white people, black people, whatever, they don't care about nobody else.
yes, you have to look at the larger scope of what was going on. If you to put in Jesus we trust on the money, and this is the main part. The Federal Reserve is not a government agency, right? The Federal Reserve is backed by it is supported by the Morgans, the Rothschilds, and the Rockefellers. The Rothschilds, who owns all the central banks in the world, which the Federal Reserve is just another central bank. That's a Jewish family. So you're not going to put in God we trust on money that's being printed by the Rothschilds.
I understand that, but what makes our country so great is the diversity. So, but blacks was here first, whites took over supposedly, and they ran things. So they run it however way they want to. We don't care about no feelings. You think the government and politics cares about feelings?
It's not about feelings, it's about power. You say you understand, but I don't think you understand
But
what I'm saying.
It's not making them no stronger though doing that.
Making what stronger doing that?
It's not making you saying like, oh, it's backed by the Jewish. That don't matter.
It does matter. If the Rothschilds own the central banks all throughout Europe and all throughout and in America and through half the country at that time, half the world at that time frame, they are then, because they control the money and interest rate, are the most powerful family in the world. So
okay, I'm cool with that, but I'm saying
the American government is not going to put in Jesus.
Saying, okay, why is the money slowly leaving? Like, why is paper money starting to go digital and plastic? There's no meaning behind that, like no underlining behind that.
It's just a natural evolution of money with emerging with technology.
How is it natural if it's man-made?
I don't mean natural like nature. I mean, your glasses ain't natural, but there's been a natural evolution of glasses. It's a terminology of speech. So I'm not meaning like true nature, but as how nature evolves, money has evolved. And
everything, look, every chess move that anyone with power does, they're gonna do it. It's not. You're not gonna do it because every move is a chess move when it comes to somebody with power. They ain't gonna waste no moves. That's to be doing a move.
Making money digital, there are some attributes of it where you can now see how people are actually spending their money. But as we came into the technological age, money going digital was going to be a thing. You was never going to stop that. Credit cards started like the idea of credit has been around forever, as long as man has had trade and barter. The idea of credit just moved into cars, which now has moved into our normal functioning way of life, or the more popular way of utilizing finance.
So now kids gonna walk around. So now kids gonna walk around with debit cards.
Yeah.
Can I show the image of God?
I mean,
I show what I've seen nowhere else.
That is not the
image of God on the eagle. What I feel is the image of God. Can I show it on this dollar bill, please?
I mean, you can show it. I've seen all the tricks that people have done with a dollar bill.
It's not a trick, sir.
If I fold up.
The back of the dollar is an eagle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Underneath the eagle, if you know the trick, if it's a trick, what's underneath the eagle?
If a what?
Okay, see, look, underneath the eagle, you will see eyes. Then down low, you will see the lines of nose for the nose. Then underneath of the nose and the beard, I see a lion.
Okay, I don't see it, but
Well, get your double bill out.
pareidolia can do that.
Look at that. I'll bring it a little closer. It looks like a lion, doesn't it? The eagle wings will be the ears. The eyes will be the.
Wait.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, I made you bigger and me smaller.
All right, there we go. Look, the ears, the eyes. Okay, look. Let me get myself together.
Nah, don't be trying to clean shit up now.
Okay, let me get myself together. All right. Now, you will see the eyes are right there underneath the wing. The eagle wings are the ears. The lines going down will be the nose. And the lines will be the beard of the lion. And look, I make dollar rings. So, look, if you want to even look at it, a little bit of, that looks like a lion to me.
If you want it to be a lion, it could be a lion.
Well, I'm not the only one that have seen it.
It's the way, one of the ways that pareidolia works is that
I'm just doing this.
Hold on, let me explain. Wait, hold on. See, you can't keep interrupting and just talk when you want to talk.
I'm not interrupting. I'm just finishing what I'm saying. So
no, you paused. You paused, and I started talking. You paused, and I started talking, and then you started talking again. Because I was saying that when you explain pareidolia to people, people can then see what you have decided to see. There's plenty of times when me and my wife may be looking at a cloud and she's looked at the cloud and said, oh, it looks like a duck. And I'm like, it don't look like a duck to me. And then she starts describing, well, that's the bill, that's the wing, that's the body. And then I can see the duck. So to say that somebody else can see it after you show it to them, yes, because you've demonstrated it and have guided them to see what you are seeing. Still doesn't make it. And go ahead.
Well, I don't know anyone that can show the image of God other than saying they were made in the image of God. See, in the Bible, it talks about this. Animals and beasts of the field was made before human beings was even thought of, right?
Depends on which version you look.
And then lions, they run the jungle. They are the kings of the jungle. You ever seen that movie Black is King? With Beyonce and them? Why would Timon and Pumbaa be talking to the boy?
Okay, you may ask multiple questions and keep going.
I know. I just wanted you because I'm gonna let you take the floor. I'm just gonna be listening.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's hard to take the floor because I want to get to each point, but.
Okay, go ahead. My bad. Whatever point you heard first, and I'll go.
I think the first thing you said was, and this is why I like to go point for point and not try to have to remember. I think the first point you said.
My bad. I'm excited to be on your line. That's all.
All right.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with you.
But the first point that you said is that the beast of the fields was made first, or did you say? After?
I'm just saying animals or creatures were made before man.
That's in Genesis 1, but Genesis 2, man is made before the animals, and Genesis 2 is actually written before Genesis 1. So there's a contradiction within that thought process.
Okay, well, that's cool. I didn't know that. I learned something.
Yeah. The thing about it is, I mean, the lion king of the jungle, not in India, because the tiger whoop a lion's ass in a heartbeat. And I'm just being funny with that one, but because a tiger.
Oh, that's cool though. That's pretty crazy though, because the city I live in, our high school, is the Central Tigers. That's crazy. Okay, go ahead.
And I forgot the other. This is why I like going point for point, because I forgot the last thing.
I'm sorry. And the second one was, the third question was, okay, you know you had Lion King, and then you had the second Lion King, right? They made it all, real animated, real life or whatever. And then they had a third, I guess it's called The Blackest King, which is like a musical somewhat. You know what I'm saying? But then, it talks about someone being a chosen one. And then somehow it puts Timon and Pumbaa that talks to Simba and the Lion King. So why would they have put them two to talk to the boy and the Blackest King? Because they throw stuff out there for you. Is everybody not meant to see it?
I have no idea because I haven't seen this third one that you're talking about.
Oh man, you gotta check it out.
And usually I love animation, so I usually would have caught that. So
yeah, this ain't an animated movie though. The
it's not
Lion
animated.
King, the real life, it's beautiful. And it doesn't make sense to me why Timon and Pumbaa from the Lion King will be talking to Pumbaa.
I'm not sure, but you getting the WhatsApp call?
Yeah, like so to me, people always go with the image. I can show the image of God and stand on it.
Okay, so
no one can say they can show the image of God. Like me. And my homeboy that put me on.
I can't.
My brother that put me on.
I can't. You know, movies. People can make a movie however they want to make a movie. So making a movie is not proof of anything. Now, do you need to answer that? But as far as you being able to show the image of God, you still would have to be able to prove that that image is God. How would you then prove that image is God? Because other than that, you're just saying this is what you believe.
I don't have to fold it. I don't have to fold it no certain way. I don't have to look at the clouds to see it. I don't have to. It's manufactured every day and destroyed every day.
How is
still gonna have it, God?
How is that God? You have to prove that is God.
Tell me different.
Can you?
The thing is to prove that it's not.
No, that's not how proof works. If you make to prove that it's not. And I'm talking about something that's never been discovered. If you make a claim, you then have to be able to back up the claim. It is not the burden of proof is not on the people who don't agree.
When somebody makes a claim, what makes the claim is if someone can't go against it.
What?
Okay, say if I was to do an insurance claim, right, for someone hitting you, right? It's something like that,
right? Sure.
Now, if you got witnesses, I guess when one person says it, it's crazy. The same way as when Mormons be walking around, they ain't gonna walk around by themselves. They'll consider it crazy. See, I've done it. I've been out in this city before I found the image. I was out in my town telling people God loves them, telling people to hunt for God, and people was calling me crazy because I was by myself, see? So, yes, it looks like I'm crazy because it's just me right now talking. But if I was to bring my brother on here, or start or when I got my lives up, because I'm only in the house, then it would be more than just me saying. So then we'll have more people. They wouldn't have believed Jesus Christ if we didn't have disciples.
Okay, so that doesn't fit. If you make a claim,
that matters.
You have to be able to prove the claim is true. Having other people agree with you,
it is proven.
Having other people agree with you is not.
Have you ever? I said an image of God. I didn't tell you it was God.
Okay.
I told you it was an image of God.
But you then have to be able to claim that is the image. You have to be able to prove that is the image of God by proving the God, and then therefore it's the image.
That's like someone telling me I'm not a real God's gangster or a real God's person, but they're not doing nothing.
That is not like that at all. But hold on for a minute. Catholic traditionalist.
Yes, it's Catholic traditionalist, but you could just call me CT for short.
All right, CT, because CT wanted to come on yesterday, wasn't able to get him on because I had a short show, and I know you don't have that much time. And since I made the promise, because I try to keep my promises, go ahead. You wanted to talk about something?
Yes. Now you're an atheist, correct?
Atheist, agnostic, somewhere in between.
Okay. Now, for discussion's sake, let's say I generally define God as, let's say, an intelligent agent who has the power and ability to instantiate and impose all states of affairs, and didn't have a beginning like you and I have. Now, you don't believe in that God, right? You don't have any positive belief in that God, correct?
No.
And for what reason? Because you don't see any evidence or anything for that God?
Yes, I don't see any evidence for the conscious being of that nature.
Okay. Now, how did you determine all things that you perceive to exist would not necessitate that God that I've just now defined?
Because in order scientifically for our universe to exist or our existence to be here, it doesn't require a creator.
Okay, so what is the ultimate grounding with regards to all facts?
To be able to observe them, repeat them, to be able to test them, and peer review.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about the scientific method. I'm talking about the ultimate grounding for all facts. What is the ultimate grounding?
That they have to have evidence of proof.
Well, what is the ultimate grounding for all evidence and proof?
Maybe I'm just not understanding what you mean by ultimate grounding.
Yep, all facts. So in other words, you're speaking of intermediates, evidence, proof, scientific method. These are all facts within the category of all particulars. My question is, what is it that is the ultimate grounding for all particulars?
Don't know.
Okay, so, and I get the same answer from other atheists as well and agnostics.
Well, I think
they always say they don't know.
Because
in the theistic world, we have grounding, okay, for that answer, which is God, obviously. In the not God worldview, you have no grounding because your ultimate grounding is, quote, I don't know, unquote.
I just realized what you're talking about and what you're doing. So, yes, I honestly did not understand what you meant by grounding, but as far as the grounding that I have is the empirical facts that we know, laws that cannot be broken. So the fact that we can observe singularities happening within our universe and see how a singularity creates nebulae, nebulae create stars, and the dust from nebulae create planets, and then planets over billions of years can create life, then that is the grounding.
Well, you brought up several particulars within the
universe. You may want to call them
the ultimate grounding for all things of the universe, all particulars of the universe in reality? What's the ultimate grounding?
That's the slick part of your argument, is that you would call what I'm saying a grounding. What I'm saying is a grounding, you're calling it a particular. Whereas just as I would say what you're calling a grounding is just simply belief. It's not a grounding. It is just an imaginary thought process that you have and others have come and agree upon.
Well, what grounds those things that you pointed to?
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm having a problem with that. I ground it to what we have, what we can see and what we know.
Okay, so if we didn't see these things and didn't know these things, there wouldn't be any ultimate grounding with regards to anything and everything? There wouldn't be any rhyme or reason?
No, there is a rhyme. There is rhyme and reason. There is the fact that it just happens. There doesn't have to be a rhyme and reason. What you're trying to do is take what you believe and force it to be a criteria for what we know. You see, the difference is, unlike people who believe in a God that they have agreed upon in faith, we don't have to say we know everything or we have a finite answer. There is always more to be explored. Science and knowledge of the universe is always expanding. So there is no end to the amount of knowledge can be gained, because there will always be another question and another question and another question.
Sure. So now what is it that unifies those particular quote groundings, unquote, those several groundings that you pointed to? What is the ultimate singular thing that unifies all those groundings?
In any case of study, or depending upon the different subject matter, is going to come down to what you can test and what you can observe.
Well, that's not the question I'm asking. I know that we can test and observe, but I'm not talking about human beings' observations. I'm talking about with regards to the metaphysic of grounding all facts. So you pointed to certain facts. So I'm asking, what is it that ultimately unifies all those facts, ultimately?
The knowledge of them unifies the facts. We don't.
So if there wasn't any knowledge of them, then there wouldn't be any facts that would be grounded? In other words, if there weren't any humans, there wouldn't be any grounding for any facts whatsoever?
There wouldn't be any. Well, see, you keep using the term grounding. because you want that to be the primary thing that we have to demonstrate.
Right. Like, for example, what is it that ultimately instantiates and imposes? I'll give you an example: space, time, and matter.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I thought you was continuing. What? So say that. What? Say that again.
Yeah. So you keep invoking humans, but you wouldn't say that humans are instantiating and imposing space, time, and matter, would you?
Well, the only recognition that we will have of space, time, and matter is if we are here to observe it and test it and monitor it. But
I understand, but
now,
that's not my question.
let me
With
finish.
regards to
If you let me finish. Now,
I thought you were finished. I didn't know that you.
Now, just as I had a discussion with a guy a few days ago, or last week, the same. And the thing about it is that whether we are observing space, time, and matter or not, space, time, and matter will still be in existence. It will still be happening, whether we observe it or not. We know about it because we can observe it. So it doesn't really matter if we're here to observe it. It's still going to happen.
Great. So
but it doesn't require a creator for it to happen.
Great. So based on that, then we're ruling out humans with regards to the grounding. So what is the ultimate grounding for an instantiating, imposing space, time, and matter itself?
It just is. It just happens beyond.
Is that what scientists say when they try to discover and research things? They say, well, you know what?
Now you're trying to
this roadblock. It just is. We're not going to look any further.
No, we look further, but you're adding back the human quality to it that you just took out. So you can't have it both ways.
You just said it just is. I don't know of any scientists that say, well, it just is, and they don't look and probe any further.
I said it just is based on the question and how you worded your question. So in the sense that I said that we know these things and they're grounded in the fact that we can observe them, but then they still happen regardless if we observe them, because now you want to take the human part out of it because you can't, because you're saying that's not grounding. So if we take the human part out of it, then the space, time, and matter is still going to happen. But then when I tell you that part, now you are putting the human part right back in it in order to try to make your argument. That's disingenuous.
Oh, no, I'm not putting the human part. I'm negating the human part. We're both negating the human part. Let's say there's no humans in the universe. There's just planets, stars, galaxies, atoms. What is it that, and the laws of physics, what ultimately grounds space, time, and matter, all the laws,
energy,
the matter, what ultimately grounds all of that?
Energy.
What is it?
Energy.
What's the definition of energy?
Look, I'm not an astrophysics, so what?
It's the ability to do work.
Energy just exists. Okay, energy vibrates. Energy is existence in itself.
It's the ability to do work. That's the definition.
To do what?
The definition of energy is the ability to do work.
To do work?
Correct.
No, that doesn't sound right to me. That just doesn't sound right. That sounds more like a definition that you want. Because to define energy just in one, that sounds like defining energy based on a human perspective only, not in a form energy. So now, in the first idea of it, definition number one, the strength and vitality required to sustain physical and mental activity. But number two, power derived from the utilization of physical or chemical resources, especially to provide light and to hear or to work machines. These are, and then three, the property in physics. If you're defining energy by physics, then it's the property of matter and radiation, which is manifested as a capacity to perform work, such as
so it's all based on the ability to do work,
such as causing
physics, the chemical reactions, electricity, whatever you point to, it's all based on the ability to do a work.
Okay, but such as to cause motion or interaction of molecules. So when you say work, how are you defining work?
Yeah, an action, a work. And now the thing is, we see that there has to be a something, right, for that thing to do a work, right? nothingness can't do a work, right? You would agree nothingness can't do a work.
Yeah, nothingness doesn't exist.
Right. So that which does not exist can't do a work because it doesn't exist. So there has to be something. So what is it that ultimately grounds that something in your not God worldview?
That's the point that you make in order that is your God of the gaps kind of thing. What creates the ability for what's the grounding for that is basically you saying what creates the energy. Am I right in what you're saying?
Yeah, what is it that instantiates and poses the something that is doing the work?
Energy has an infinite number of causations that creates the work.
Okay, what instantiates and opposes that infinity?
The infinity in itself is infinity. There is nothing beyond infinity. If you, how can
How do you know that?
You cannot have infinity plus one.
How do you know that there isn't anything instantiated and
Because
that state of being?
Because there can never be nothingness in order for there to be a start of the causation. Causation is just continuous infinite causations beyond, well, just infinity.
Well, infinity has meaning, and it's a state of being with regards to being infinite. What is it that instantiates and opposes that state of being?
When you're saying what substantiate or imposes it, I'm gonna ask you to dumb this down to simpler terms.
Okay.
Because for me, what you're trying to do is to utilize certain words and collections of words in order to avoid saying something else. So dumb that down into what I know what you're talking about, because I know what you're talking about, but dumb it down.
Yeah. In other words, what is the ultimate cause of grounding for infinity itself with regards to its intelligibility and meaning of the state of being infinite?
Exactly. There is no, you are forcing causation to have a beginning point. You're forcing infinity to have a beginning point, but infinity cannot have a beginning point.
No, I never said that it has a beginning point. I'm just talking about the state of infinity.
But the way that, see, when you dumb it down, instead of just using kind of vague words, then you have to, then in your description, even though you tried to add some other $5 words, I like to say, to try to push it up, but you ultimately were saying that there has to be something that began the causational process that continues into infinity. So
you would agree that infinity has meaning, right?
Yes, and it has a meaning of it goes on forever. There is no beginning to it.
It imposes the ontological intelligibility of that meaning.
Say that again.
What is it that instantiates and imposes the ontological intelligibility with regards to that meaning?
What does ontological mean?
The very being of the thing itself.
The very being of the thing itself. So what created or causes infinity to be?
No, because you've already admitted that there's meaning with regards to the term infinity. What is it that instantiates and imposes the very ontological intelligibility of infinity itself?
You keep using those two words again.
Okay. Well, I tell you what. We've kind of gone into a rabbit trail.
We have, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to insinuate that the universe has to have a beginning. You're trying to make it, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything like that, but you're trying to make it, and this is oftentimes utilized by people to try to use big words, big definitions, so that you can not just say the thing. The thing that you're saying is, in science or in an atheistic or agnostic belief, what is the thing that causes creation? Right. That created everything? How do you ground creation?
Right. So let me connect the dots for you.
Hold on.
With regards
let me finish, because my dots are connected. It's just you don't want them to be connected, and you try to, high educate the words in order to make it sound more intelligent than it is, when it simply is you're just saying what started creation, and what's your
Well, no,
foundation
that's
for
not my
that?
question. My question was about the intelligibility of infinity itself. Not just infinity, but anything and everything that you perceive to exist. You perceive it because it's intelligible to you, right?
Sure.
Okay. So would you say that, not with regards to all things, but only the things that you perceive to exist, would you say that those things that you're perceiving have the very being or characteristic of being capable of being perceived by you?
Say that one last. I'm sorry. A comment went over there, and
Okay.
I'm going back and forth.
So not with regards to the set of all things,
Mm-hmm.
but only the set of things you perceive to exist. Would you agree that those things have the ontological characteristic of being capable of being perceived by you?
Yeah, they're capable of being seen by me. Yeah, and understood by me.
Great. So, and you're not the cause of all things outside of yourself. Like, for example, you don't believe you're the cause of all things else. You didn't create me or create Frank or create the furthest galaxy in the universe, right?
No.
You don't believe that you did that?
No, I didn't do that.
Okay. So since you're perceiving these things and you're observing them, but you're not the cause of these things, that invokes the metaphysic of intelligibility. If you look up the definition of that, you'll see that it's the state of being intelligible. If you look up the definition of that, you'll see that it exists as an abstract thing, not a concrete thing. If you look up the definition of that, you'll see that abstract things necessitates a mind for its very existence. You've already ruled out your mind because you said you're not the cause of all these things that you're perceiving. And yet we see that there is a mind that is instantiating and imposing all these things that you're perceiving with regards to their ontological intelligibility, because ontological intelligibility itself exists as an abstract thing. So since you've ruled out your mind, and obviously I'm not the one that's causing it, Frank's not the one that's causing it, no one on earth is causing it, but there is a mind that's causing it with regards to all things you're perceiving, all things I'm perceiving, all things Frank is perceiving, then obviously that mind is the mind of God.
No.
Why not? What's your rebuttal?
Okay, so the first part of my rebuttal is that the riddle question that you just went through and ran through, although that may befuddle most people, I understand what you are saying and trying to say, and just in simple terms, instead of trying to PhD format the statement that you made, is that since I am not the creator of all things, and that all things that are in creation requires a creator, is basically all that you said in all those words, right? And that it philosophically, let me put it that way, philosophically, it requires a mind for all these things to exist, because there must be intelligence within the design of all things. But that does not substantiate two things. The first thing it doesn't substantiate is the God of any book. Regardless of any book that anybody's read, believed in, it does not substantiate that God is the God that manifested or created, or is the mind behind all these things that happen. This other aspect of it that it would also demonstrate is that if this mind did exist, this mind would be unknowable and undefinable. And therefore, it still would not be any type of God being that you would suggest is God. The third thing is that to insist that it would then be God is to say that it has its own consciousness, it has its own thoughts, it has its own personality, and anything that has a personality, has a consciousness, that does good, knows right from wrong, bad, good, all those sorts of things, that in itself cannot be God, because psychologically, if you have jealousy, anger, even love and pride, then those elements philosophically are more powerful than the being itself, because those elements can cause that being to react or respond in certain ways. So it still doesn't demonstrate your God or any God whatsoever. What it would then have, what you would then could presuppose or think, what you could think at that point, is that the universe happened out of a process of energy being attracted at an atomic conscious level to each other and repelled from each other at a energetic conscious level or atomic conscious level. which does not incite a level of consciousness that we have now to design something, but just to be intuitively reacting.
Okay, so to respond, you've already admitted that you're not simply a local atheist. You remember in our discussion in the beginning, you said that you don't believe in any god or gods. So even if claims of a particular god in a book is false, let's say all the claims are false, that wouldn't mean that there's not a God. Because remember in my definition, I didn't give any definition of any god in a particular book, whether it's the Quran or the Bible. With regards to the definition that I did give, the God that I made the argument for would fit that definition. And to your second point,
how would a God?
You said that we cannot know that God, but the fact is, the matter is, we can know that God because if it is the case that God is responsible for everything and anything that we're perceiving, then that would fit the definition I gave to God. Therefore, we can know God generally to some degree. And now with regards to your third point, you said that if we have jealousy, pride, and so forth, which are sinful things, you're saying we'd be more powerful than that God if he reacts to us. Well, actually, that would be incorrect. Because
that's not what I said.
Well,
I said
heard you said if we're jealous and we have pride, he would have to react to us, which would make us more powerful.
Not us. I was saying that if that God had these emotional states, that philosophically, the emotional states would be more powerful than that God because it would cause that God to react and respond.
Well, are you familiar with absolute divine simplicity?
I am not.
Okay. In absolute divine simplicity, it's a theological understanding that God is not limited to linear time. In other words, he's not in linear time with us, reacting with us at any point given with regards to anything that we're doing. And if you point to, like, for example, let's say the Bible, whereby it says, I'm a jealous God, or he gets angry and so forth, it's using, as Bible scholars admit, it's called phenomenological language. It's just like, for example, if I were to say, man, you're stepping on my toes. It doesn't mean you're literally stepping on my toes. It's simply a figure of speech so as to bring forth a meaning as to what you're doing. And so God is using figure of speeches so as to relate to us, but it doesn't mean that he's actually moving through linear time with us as we're moving through linear time. In other words, any act of God is God. The wisdom of God is God. The love of God is God. Goodness itself is God. So any action of God doesn't take place according to space and time. It can take place in space and time, but the act itself occurs outside of space and time, and the effect is applied to a point in space and time.
I would disagree.
That's what absolute divine simplicity means.
I would disagree with that philosophical thought process right off the bat, because one, nothing can exist outside of space and time, because outside of space and time and matter, there is nothingness, and nothing can exist in nothingness. So everything that does exist exists within the matter form universe of space and time. And so therefore, if anything acted on Earth, then its actions would follow the Earth linear time, just as if anything acted on Jupiter, it would follow Jupiter's linear time. So linear time doesn't exist as if Earth is all the linear time of every place within the universe, but the linear time of every place is different. But anything happening on Earth is happening in Earth's linear time.
And are you familiar with Dr. Lawrence Krauss?
Never heard of him.
And Dr. Michio Kaku?
Is that the
They're
guy
cosmologists and physicists.
They
admit that and not just them, but there's other cosmologists and physicists that admit that time, space, and matter had a beginning. So if you're saying that nothing can exist beyond that, now they're not saying there's not something beyond that, because, for example, Lawrence Krauss is an atheist just like you.
They're wrong.
But he's not saying that time, space, and time has always existed. He's saying that it had a beginning, but he's saying there could be something other than that which caused that we don't know about. But it wouldn't be time, space, and matter that caused time, space, and matter, because time, space, and matter had a beginning. cosmologists and physicists hold to this view.
Well, I would disagree with them just because somebody holds to that view. And maybe I need to understand more of what they're talking about, just not how you expressed it. Because the fact of the matter is, just because if you're saying that time space exists on Earth had a beginning, sure, or even in our solar system, sure, it had a beginning. But as far as the complete entirety of the known and unknown universe, then I would say no, because we have observed singularities occurring within our own universe, and we don't, for all intents and purposes, as a hypothesis, our current known universe could merely just be a singularity within a larger universe. So therefore, time would already have existed, and time and space and matter already existed in that previous universe that our singularity came out of. And this is the infinite singularity hypothesis or concept. So for them to say that there was once a very, very beginning of time would be a bad scientific thought process, in my opinion.
Well, here's the thing. I mean,
and that's actually something that Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson expressed.
These are PhD professors, cosmologists. They're pronounced PhD physicists and cosmologists in the scientific community that are saying these things.
Have there ever been a PhD cosmologist, scientist, physics, astrotheologist that was wrong?
Sure, everybody, nobody's infallible except, the Pope when speaking infallibly. But the thing is, and also God. But the thing is, with regards to yourself, that would mean that you're not infallible when you claim that there couldn't be something other beyond space, time, and matter, right?
Something beyond. No, I mean nothing can come out of nothingness. That is, I would say that's an infallible statement.
It's nothing. You're the one saying it's nothing, but you would agree that you're not infallible when you make the claim that there isn't something beyond that of space, time, and matter, right?
No, I'm saying I'm infallible when it comes to that. There is nothing beyond space, time, and matter because there is nothing outside of space, time, and matter.
Okay.
Because then something would have to.
Is an abstract thing space, time, and matter?
Is space, time, and abstract?
Yeah. Is it an abstract thing composed of space, time, or matter? For example, if you had a thought of an invention, okay, you're thinking of an invention.
Yep.
Does that invention actually exist in space, time, or matter?
Actually,
in reality?
It does.
Okay, well, you're actually wrong.
No.
If you take a look, you don't have to believe me. You can look this up.
Can I express it?
Abstract things. Hold on. If you look up abstract things, you'll see that abstract things do not actually exist in reality. If you were to imagine a unicorn, would you say the unicorn actually exists in reality?
Are you going to let me make a full statement, or are you going to
go ahead?
So here's the thing. They exist, although you may call them abstract, and they don't exist in our see, touch, smell reality outside of our brain. But within my brain, those things, those ideas, those unicorns, just like when you have a dream, as long as they are existing inside your dream, they have matter, they have form, they have substance to them. They live they have space-time, because inside your mind, you are creating that image, and that image can only be created by energy patterns within your mind. And since energy exists in all forms, and in all levels of dimensional planes, I'm gonna use the term, but since they still exist, they are in existence just in your mind.
Which are you a monist or dualist?
A what?
Well, a monist just believes in the physical. A dualist believes that the mind is an emergent property of the physical.
I would be a dualist in that definition.
Okay, well then if you're a dualist, then the emergent property is not of space, time, and matter.
Oh, then I wouldn't be a dualist in that one, because
Okay, well then if you're a monist,
I wouldn't be a monist either. I would be neither.
If you're a monist, then that would mean that scientists would be able to detect this thing, because you're claiming that as part of space, time, and matter. They should be able to detect the unicorn if it's actually made up of space, time, and matter, but they can't.
Let me ask you a question in that regard, and this is a question that is also an answer to your statement. So it's not like trying to deflect. Have scientists at one point not been able to measure something that is real, such as brainwaves?
Sure.
Then later
so
on,
you have faith that scientists will be able to do something in the future.
No.
Even though you don't know that they can, you have faith.
I have
faith in God, you have faith in science.
It is not.
But you can't prove that scientists will be able to ultimately measure a unicorn at some point in your brain.
It is not faith. It is the fact that we know that we can measure that you have thoughts in your mind as forms of energy, right?
But you're saying you're equating the mind to the brain. Okay, so you just admitted you don't hold the dualist view. So if the mind is nothing more than the brain, okay, then all you are is a collection of chemicals. So which means that if you're nothing more than a collection of chemical reactions,
I think you're taking.
There's no
you like
value
to take
to you as compared to the rock on the side of the road.
You like to take what I say and then try to swerve it into something that I did not say.
Okay, what makes you more valuable than the rock on the side of the road?
No,
if you're just a collection.
No, we're going to go back, because I'm not going to just leave that out there in the way that you try to define me or define what I say or what I'm intending.
Is value itself something that's
stop asking questions? Stop trying to move on, dude. Okay. Now you try to over-intelligize a conversation in order to try to win a debate, but all it does is make it seem like you're just jumping.
No, we're still on the same topic. We're still talking about the same topic with regards to space, time, and matter in the mind.
Do you know how to have a conversation?
We're having a conversation. I'm
just not when you keep jumping into my conversation, to my words, into what I'm saying.
Well, you stop and then I start once you stop. So okay. I don't know why it is that you're having a problem with that.
So anyway, you made me forget what the hell we were talking about 3 minutes ago. But which I guess is part of your goal, part of your strategy of having debates with people, is to try to discombobulate them so that they don't remember everything that's being said, and then get flustered. But I'm not. So the thing about it, hold on. I don't need to think about it because I was still freaking talking, dude. Jeez. You know, why can't I get decent people to have a conversation? Well, I always got to get the weird ones. But the fact of the matter is that when I was talking about the fact that I don't have faith that scientists are going to create something in the future that would allow for us to be able to substantiate what the thoughts are in our brain. It is not based on faith. It is based on the fact that as we have seen science progress, science has progressed to the point where we are able to measure brain waves in the brain. So it is a logical hypothesis that at some point we will be able to identify what is in the brain. That is, or what those thoughts are, I should say. That is not faith. Faith is having no facts to back up what you believe. I'm not speaking on faith when I say that. I am speaking on the fact that what we have seen over time and what we see in evidence right now of what we have, that is the next step. Just like when I was talking to Frank about money, we've seen how credit has moved, so we know what the next step is. I don't have faith that everybody will be cashless one day. It is just the natural progression based on the facts of what we have now. And I get his type of speech. He's learned a lot of highly intelligent words, and I will give him credit for that he can speak at a language level that is beyond most people, and some of the stuff he was speaking at was beyond my handle of the English language, and that's respect. I can respect that.
Sir, can I ask a question?
Sure.
I didn't know you was an atheist, which that shit don't matter. But I wanted to ask, do you believe so yourself wakes you up every day?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Like when you wake up in the morning, you thank yourself, you don't thank nobody else?
I don't have a reason to thank anybody when I wake up in the morning. I just wake up. Why do I need to thank somebody? Even myself.
Have you ever choked on something, or was it an accident, or felt some kind of pain or discomfort in your life? Is that what?
Yeah.
That made it to the point in which you felt like that? Because I feel like you wasn't raised like that.
That made me feel like
there's no God and you don't thank nobody. Like I don't think you was raised like that.
No, I was raised to be a Christian. I became a deacon in the church, the whole deal. But no, I did not have the church hurt that a lot of people try to say has to be the only reason a person walks away from this religion. No, I studied the Bible, and I studied politics, and I studied the histories and the cultures, and through study, I walked away from belief.
The belief of just being a Christian and just going to another religion?
I studied and researched some of the other religions as well, and then not as deeply as Christianity, but I still walked away from those as well through study.
Because I'm saying, like being an atheist is a religion itself too.
No, it's not a religion. In order to have a religion, you have to believe in a deity.
Yeah, the same way as having faith in God, or Allah being somebody God, or an elephant being Buddha's God, or
Okay, the elephant is not the God. Buddhism doesn't have a God per se. But what do you mean?
That's fine. I don't know. I don't know. But you can just pick that. But I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying though. Like you're basically, that's your religion, is being an atheist.
No, it's not a religion. To have a religion,
stand on that the same way as a Christian, the same way as a Christian stand on theirs, the same way as any other religion would stand on a Satanist. So don't stand on that shit because that's their lifestyle.
So you would say that being a cigar aficionado is a religion? Because being a cigar aficionado is a religion because I stand on my cigars. I know about them. I smoke them.
No, cigars don't come before you being an atheist, though.
Okay, so how are you defining atheism as a religion? Because we stand on it. I stand on being a black man. Is that a religion? I stand on being a father.
I'm sorry. Now I'm not using the right intelligent words, huh? So now since I'm not using the right wording, now you're gonna keep saying it like that. That's bogus.
No, because I'm not. No, Frank. I'm honestly, that's how I understood what you were saying. That's how I understood what you were saying. I wasn't trying to be funny.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
A Christian is the same way. The Christian believes the same way as an atheist would believe in their stuff. You know what I'm saying? A Christian would believe like their stuff. Someone that is Islam, they're gonna believe their stuff.
But that doesn't make atheism a religion because you.
Why? Tell me why it doesn't though.
Okay, a religion is a belief and have rituals in a deity.
Oh, you know how to read. How you know that?
Huh?
Because if that's the case, you have one too, because you are a God.
No.
Atheists believe they are God.
No, they don't.
No.
All right. So when you define religion is defined as a belief and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a God or gods. A particular system of faith, of worship, a pursuit or interest in someone ascribes supreme importance. Now, atheists don't believe in a supreme importance of a being. You gotta also include the idea of supremacy. So atheists don't believe that they are the God or even that they are a God, because that is the belief of I am a God is more of a Judeo-Christian belief. And
I've met atheists that have said they believe they are God. That's why they are atheists.
I think you should ask them to quantify it, to define it. What do they mean by when they say that they are God? So
I still believe what I believe, though.
no, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Even if it's yourself, even if it's your, well, you didn't look up being an atheist again. You look up religion. Look up being an atheist and what the meaning of being an atheist is.
Okay.
If you don't mind, sir.
No problem.
I'm not being.
Oh no. See the difference. I don't know who all you've encountered, but I don't have problems saying I don't know something or researching something. Other people feel like they have to be a know-it-all. So an atheist is defined as a person who disbelieves or lacks belief in the existence of God or gods. That's an atheist. Now, just like the discussion with the other guy, there are many variations of different religions. Oh, no, that might have been with you. Many variations of Christianity, right? Right?
There's many versions of Christianity.
Right. There are many versions of Christianity, right?
I don't know if that's right, because everyone has their own religion. I'll say this much: every religion is talking about a God.
No, that's what I'm saying. There are many variations of Christianity.
Every religion talks about a God. I'll say that. Yeah.
Frank, are there Catholics?
No, I'm going to say that. No, because being a Christian is different than being something else, or being something else, or being something else.
Frank.
Oh, you talking about being?
Frank.
You talking about like a Southern Baptist or a Pentecostal?
Yes.
Or
yes.
Okay. Yeah. Come on now, be specific now.
Yes. I was, but you got all up in a tizzy. So there are many variations of Christianity, right?
I just enjoy speaking.
All right, there are many variations. I can tell you like to talk. There are many variations of Christianity. So I was saying that just to inform you that, yes, you may get different atheists who say different things at certain levels. Like I once used to say, I am a God, like many God, because I create my own little universe. I decide what I do in my life. I decide who I'm around in my life and that sort of thing. So you'll get atheists who will say that, but their intent is not that they can create anything, not that they lord over anything, but they determine their own life, right? So that's why what I was going to say is that next time you have an atheist say that, you may want, that's why I said have them to qualify it or define it, what they mean when they say that they are God. We're gonna let another person know.
All right, sir. Let me say one more thing. I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay.
Sir, that's why I say that a village raises a child, and a real child of God. That all the religions, even me talking to you today, makes me a real child of God, because I'm getting all this knowledge like I can. I was supposed to, and I appreciate you.
I appreciate you being here.
I can't hate you for your belief.
You are better than most Christians right there already.
That's why I'm a Christian. I'm an almighty, beautiful child.
Okay. And I have no problems with people believing whatever they want to believe. It's just when they try to force it on other people or they just lie about it, that bothers me. But I appreciate you. And so happy Africa. If you can go ahead and unmute.
Yeah. Before I even say anything, man, I just want you to know that I'm one of your Facebook friends, man. I met you on your page about a year ago, and
thank you.
I'm from Kenya. I think if you recall, I was in your live and we chat until it was late in the night here. You remember Gabi was here? You remember that name?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's me, man. Good to find you here, man.
Hey, glad to have you here.
Yeah, so yeah, I do agree with everything you're saying there, man. Especially when it comes to religion. Atheism cannot be a religion. According to these religious individuals and how I understand them, they would want to accuse you in what you've accused them, so that they can show you're denying what you are. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, they just want to try to make you be what they are.
Yeah, but that's not the case. You have to believe in a divine power for you to be a part of a religion. And for that factor, no artist can be a religious person. And lastly, you have to understand that we cannot defend the opinions that you are given by someone else, especially if you're the one giving it to us. How will we know that somebody said that to you? Maybe you're just producing this yourself right now. The best way is to finish a conversation with that individual. If you're speaking to an artist and he tells you that he's God, then finish that discussion with him. You understand what I mean there?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you come to us here. What will we say? We are not his lawyers. You understand? For good measures, we are not his lawyers. We don't know why he said it. We don't know what he meant. We don't know what questions you asked him before he said that. So we can barely defend that. I remember your series, the ones we're having on Facebook when you were reading the Bible.
Oh.
I remember was that we were done with Exodus when I was there.
Oh yeah, that was a What's Wrong with the Bible series.
Yeah, you should keep doing them. Here on TikTok too. I sort of like them, honestly.
My wife just asked me, am I going, now I'm going to, I was going live Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Now I'm going Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And she was asking me, was I going to restart that series again since I've added 2 more days? And I thought about it. Some of the books are boring as hell.
Which book is boring according to you?
Oh, like Chronicles. Chronicles is boring. This person begat that person, and this person begat that person, and then this year they were this year's old when they begat that person. That is the most boring reading. That is the hardest book in all the times I've read the Bible, which has been multiple. That has been the hardest book for me to get through because it's so boring. Of all the begatting, you literally need a big wall and chart out all this begatting. So
yeah, I feel it, but you can just sit down with yourself and you can decide which books we will be reading with you.
Yeah,
and that will be good. You understand?
I might do that. Like Judges is a good book. That's where we left off. We stopped in Joshua. I think we either stopped in Joshua or we stopped in Judges, but it's one of them. So Judges, Joshua, those are still good. You got a whole bunch of historical claims that they make that didn't happen, and then there are contradictions within those. And Ezekiel is good, so I might do it and just skip around. How about that?
Yeah.
From time to time.
Yeah. And something else. How is your business? Sorry to ask. You told us when we were on Facebook that you're doing several business, including selling cigars and so on and so forth. I would wish you're doing good. So is that it?
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. But I sold the cigar lounge. I mean, we shut down the cigar lounge and the popcorn shop. We semi-retired and moved to San Antonio, and we've been taking like a sabbatical from business. And we're evaluating what we're going to do. We're taking like this next year to evaluate if we're going to do something. I had a couple of people wanted to invest in some stuff, but I don't think it's going to happen. So, but right now we're just doing take a break from running any business, because I don't know if I want to actually own another brick and mortar business or not. So if I do something, it might be digital.
Oh, yeah. The world is going digital too. So I think if you do that, you will get some good money from it.
Yeah. If I sell cigars again, it'll be digital. I'll sell them online. I won't open up a cigar lounge again. I don't want to have to be somewhere 24 hours a day. Well, not 24 hours a day, but you know what I mean. I don't want to have to be somewhere again. I want to go where I want to go when I want to go. So I am contemplating starting a virtual cigar lounge and selling cigars online.
Yeah. So I don't want to be a source of distraction here. So I would allow you to proceed, and you can invite like other guests so that you can have a discussion with them. But cheers. Thanks for your time.
Oh, my pleasure.
To you too, man.
My pleasure. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. That was nice. I appreciate that. Actually, it's funny. I gave a guy some advice yesterday on how to start a online a personal training company, because some of you may know, I used to own a gym and I was a personal trainer. And I was talking to a gentleman, giving him some advice of how to get started in that business and build that business. Out of curiosity, I also thought about doing a webinar for you guys, showing you how to create business online. Because, to be honest, what I'm doing right now makes money for my family. So, and would people be interested in learning how to, we're having trouble screaming on Facebook, learn how to build an online business, whether it's the type that I'm doing right now, because this is not only my hobby, but I told you guys the other 2 years ago that I'm going to do this as a business. So would you want a webinar on how to start an online business? And there are many different formats, and make money. Because I have no shame in saying that I make money through social media right now. I don't think it's an embarrassing thing that somebody has to run from. Do you believe in anything? Yeah. I believe in myself. I believe in my wife. I believe in my kids. I know that my body breathes in and oxygen and breathes out carbon dioxide. But I know what you're asking. Do I believe in a creator? No, I don't believe that there is a creator. There would have to be proof of a creator. There's no proof a creator actually exists. And if any creator requires worship, I wouldn't accept that fool anyway. Sky High, if you think you can correct me, then you are more than welcome. And like I said, I'm always willing to be corrected. If you believe that you can correct me, you are more than welcome to come on the show and hold me accountable. You can hold me accountable. Sky High. So I'm posting this for Sky High. I would say I'm posting it for Fred, but Fred had his opportunity and he kept talking about, the link ain't working. Still wild, you agree? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, see, that's why I say I'm an atheist / agnostic, because if a being was able to come to prove that it was God, but you got a hell of a line of proof. You can't just show up. Because in today's understanding and our knowledge, our scientific knowledge today, you just might be some freaking alien who just folded space. And you showed up on Earth and you projected yourself, you had some Star Trek technology and you materialized in the room. I'm gonna need you're gonna have to, it's a heavy burden of proof to prove a creator, or to prove something, to prove itself as to be a creator. You see, if someone's showing up to some people in the 4000 BCE, 2000 BCE, you showing up in that era of man, hell, if I had a time machine and I went back with enough technology, them fools would think that I'm a god. They would think I'm a god. So if you come today, you're going to have to come with something to be able to prove that you're a god. And what that thing is, I would have to see, it would have to happen and see it to believe it. Let's say Enoch, the Enochian literature was right, and Enoch went to the heavens. If you actually read it, it sounds like it was an alien abduction, because he said that what he was taken into the heavens, it had a ceiling. Sounds like a spaceship. Said he went out and saw planets. Sounds like he traveled on a spaceship, right? And to somebody in Enoch, I think is supposed to be around 45 BCE, 42, somewhere around that, 45, 42 BCE. To somebody back then, that's a damn god. To somebody now, that's just an alien abduction. And that's it. That's how it is. So it's going to be very difficult for somebody to prove that there's a God. What is that? Project Bluebeam? They put all these, like Jesus appearing all over the world through some holographic technologies. I know you guys heard of that conspiracy theory. So if Jesus did appear, some character called himself Jesus appeared in the sky all over the planet, the first thing the majority of people are going to think is that it's a holographic technology at work. It's Mysterio from Spider-Man Far From Home, right? Christians ain't gonna believe it's Jesus. That the book said that Jesus is gonna appear to the sky, and then you have to follow up with it. Then you're gonna be caught up in the sky and then escort him back down to earth. So unless you see a bunch of all y'all go up in the sky with him and escort him down, even the Christians shouldn't believe it's Jesus. Fred said that he saw a figure in the clouds formed with eyes, nose, and a mouth, and another small cloud figure that looks like an angel. This was back in 2021 after I prayed. After he prayed, he had a photo of it in his Facebook. Fred, I've looked at some clouds and I saw it look like some people were standing on the clouds one time before. And then as I kept staring, then as the wind moved the cloud, then the shape changes. Seeing images in the clouds, that's like when I lived in Tampa and I went and saw the Mary over in St. Petersburg on that glass window that looks like the painting of Mary Magdalene. I mean, like of Mary, Mother of Jesus. Pareidolia. And I've taken pictures of stuff like, ooh, that looked like a big arrow. Matter of fact, when me and my brother was on our way to Denver, there was a cloud that looked like an arrow pointing down the highway to Denver. And then when we was on our way back from Denver to Amarillo, another cloud looked like it was pointing the opposite direction. What that mean? I'm going the right way, or did my GPS send me the right way? Clouds can look like anything you want them to look like. You can see stuff all the time. I'm pretty sure if I look at those clouds out that window, they gonna look like something after a while. But that's how belief works. That's how belief works. If you believe something, then your mind is going to manifest that thing. So if you pray to see Jesus in the clouds, then eventually you're going to see Jesus in the clouds. So you pray for something. Yeah. I mean, think about it. Praying for something and then seeing it in the clouds. Come on, man. You're kind of forcing yourself. This is what I want to hear people who believe in the Bible say. I prayed that I could heal people. And then I went into the cancer ward of my local hospital. And without medication, I healed everyone. I healed all the children from cancer. Do that. I prayed, and then I went to the VA and I touched every amputee's leg and they grew another leg. I touched their arms, the nub, and they grew an arm. Do that. All this cloud shits and finding the keys, getting a job, heal some people from cancer, heal some people, some amputees, grow some limbs back from amputees. You know, let's do that. I had a friend of mine. They found out, when did they find out? I think the baby was in the 5th or 6th month, somewhere around in there. Found out that the baby was going to be born with spina bifida. Baby either wasn't going to make it to term, or if it did make it to term, it would die like within a month. They prayed. They prayed for healing. I know they prayed for healing because they was also getting ready to transfer to Okinawa. And so they were selling their house and they came and lived with me for those months. And I heard them praying, saw them praying. Baby still was born with spina bifida. Baby lived for a week, right? Prayers didn't do shit. You know, I was there for the next 2 months, watching both of them, well, trying to help both of them go through the depression that they was going through. Prayer didn't do shit. Didn't do a thing. So do that. Show me that. You want to show me that your God has power, that there's power in the name of your God, and that you're supposed to be able to do things greater than this God. Demonstrate it. I know that was heavy, so let me lighten it back up. Loudy says, seen a double rainbow, still don't understand the way they are formed, but double was crazy. Yes, I've seen some double rainbows before too. It's pretty cool. You know, just the way that how the light is refracting through the water molecules to make the rainbows. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Now, rainbows don't have nothing to do with God's promise, and rain has been falling on the planet Earth well before the flood. If you read the Bible, then it never rained on Earth until the flood. That's when the first time it started raining. Yet previous civilizations talk about rain. So that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work at all. I guess Blue Sky is not, since he said that somebody need to hold me accountable, Blue Sky don't want to come up and hold me accountable. Isn't that is very typical? Well, he may not be in I don't know if it's a he or she. They may not be in a position to come up. So let me not determine why they're not coming up. Hell, they even stopped talking. Damn, Blue Sky might have left. Now I will say that. Oh, I challenged Blue Sky to hold me accountable, but then Blue Sky disappeared. Facebook. People who are on Facebook. I need a couple of Facebook comments because I'm getting an error message for Facebook. Am I still streaming on Facebook? Because I don't know why StreamYard is tripping on that one. So I need a couple, just anything. If you're on Facebook, just let me know. Because I can't, well, yes, I can't check it my damn self. Why am I even asking? Why am I getting an error message? My brother calling me. Hold on, y'all. I think there is a problem on Facebook. I'm telling you to set up the live. Okay, there it is. There's mine. Haven't seen any Facebook comments in 5 minutes. Oh, StreamYard. Why you doing me so wrong? Complete the post details. I haven't done this on Facebook where just setting up Facebook by itself. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be clicking on. Let's see, and it's a title. What's the title? Damn, it needs to. Hold on, y'all. Please forgive this interruption of the broadcast system, but I got an error message from Facebook. Just trying to fix it. Okay, now I gotta click on this. Oh, go live now. But that just creates a live separate on Facebook, I'm thinking. And we're not doing that. We're not going back and forth. My wife said I'm not on Facebook. Well, I'm on that now. It's a separate one, but it's not part of my StreamYard. That's gonna piss me off. Let me see. Let's try this. It just started over on there. All right. It started over on Facebook for some reason. The Facebook one ain't working. To hell with that. Oh well, you're not doing that. I'm not doing that. It'll be all right. Nope, that wasn't me baying back. That was me starting a brand new one on Facebook, and then the Facebook people wouldn't be connected to StreamYard. So, actually, what I can undo here, I know. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We're gonna fix this. I think I got some secret squirrel recipes that I'm working on here. I'm gonna be back to the subject matter in just a second. I'm just trying to fix the people up, trying to get them straight. Your videos, where's my videos? Your videos there. Oh, you know what? I'm going through all this. I could have just did it right there. Take it live. Where's the share? So what I'm going to do, what I'm trying to do is just share the link to my Facebook for people to come over. And there we go. I guess I need to redo my I need to reset the StreamYard. Let's delete this one. All right. We're not gonna try to fix this in the midst of doing everything. It's just gonna have to be what it's going to be. If it don't want to act right, it just don't want to act right. Yeah, it just don't want to act right. Okay. All right, sorry, back to it. Back to it. Sorry for the slight interruption there. You know, I had them Christians on here, God damn it, and Bible believers, and I did not refer them back to the whole point of this video, this live, which is the contradiction of when the Exodus story happened. It's amazing that people are still, hey man, the older generation still like Facebook. That's the one we grew up with as adults. So, do I have any believers on here? Facebook, YouTube, well, YouTube and TikTok now, since Facebook is acting up. Do I have any believers? If you're a believer, let me know you're a believer. I don't know, type, you know how they do it. Type 1 in the comments if you're a believer. Okay, Peaceful Storm. Oh, you're still here, good. So then Peaceful Storm, you know the question. If you're a believer, you know the question. According to Exodus 1, the Israelites were the ones who built the city of Ramses. Okay. Exodus 1, they built the city of Ramses. The city of Ramses could only have been built between 1279 and 1213 BCE. But according to Solomon, according to 1 Kings, chapter 6, verse 1, Exodus happened 180 years prior to the 4th year of the reign of Solomon, which would place it around 1447. How can both of those things be true at the same time? One has to be right, one has to be wrong. That is a 200-year difference. And the Exodus would have had to happen at 213, since that's when Ramses supposedly died. That's when Ramses died. And although the Bible is a bit ambiguous on whether or not the Pharaoh himself died in the Exodus story, but we know that's when Ramses died. So it had to happen at the very least in 1213 BCE. So Fred and Peaceful Storm, please explain. How is that possible? Did Dan Brown lie? Victor on TikTok asked, did Dan Brown lie about what? Because he did tell some, he exaggerated some stories. So it depends on which one, because I like all three of his movies. Boondocks, did you change your name to Huey or add Huey to it so that we can stop calling you Boondocks? They're both wrong and made up stories. Yes, I do agree that they're both wrong and made up stories. The Da Vinci Code. Oh, the whole thing about Jesus having getting Mary Magdalene pregnant and her going over to France and they having the Merovingian line and all that. Yeah, that's some fan fiction based on the Gospel of Mary Magdalene and I think the secret writings of James or Peter, one of those two. Oh, Coach, you've been busy. I posted earlier that I Googled the question because I didn't know. Google said that less than 1% of ancient Egypt has been excavated. Could it be the evidence? That would be answering the question. YouTube made you. That would be answering the question of whether or not the Exodus actually happened. as far as only 1% of it being excavated. Now, the thing about it though, even with the 1% that has been excavated, if there was, the Talmud says that there were 12 million people 12 million Israelites who lived there for 400 years. The Bible indicates that, and the 12 million is, he's saying, the Talmud says there were 12 million people still there, like only 20% of the people left, and that 12 million people stayed in Egypt and didn't go through and didn't leave with the Exodus. So not that 12 million people lived there for the 400 years that they were supposedly there. The Bible suggests that it doesn't tell you how many people lived there during the entirety of the time, but that they had accumulated to about 2 million people when they had left to go through this Exodus time frame. Even with 1%, and the area of Goshen and Cairo and all those kind of areas that have been thoroughly excavated, because when you say 1% of Egypt has been excavated, yeah, but the main areas have been thoroughly investigated, thoroughly excavated. So in the area of Goshen, in the city Pi Ramses, which Ramses now is known as I wrote it down somewhere. Why am I struggling? The city of Tel El Markuth. That city has been excavated to demonstrate that the city was made with bricks that didn't utilize straw. So if you had all these Israelites who was doing this and they still practiced the worship of Yahweh, because this guy said he heard them call out, they were calling out for him, crying for him. So they were still worshiping this Yahweh. The original request to Pharaoh was for them to go out into the wilderness and do a ritual for Yahweh. So they were still worshiping Yahweh, but there is no evidence of these people ever living in Pi Ramses. No Hebrew people living in Pi Ramses. And then, so we would have some evidence of that if that many people were living in Pi Ramses in the excavation that they have done at Tel El Markuth, Maskuth. But the question, and so could it be evidence? Yeah, it would be evident. They would, the excavations at Tel El Maskuth would demonstrate that they were there. So there's none whatsoever. And then where they supposedly crossed the Red Sea, based on what most archaeologists agree with, is an area that could have been, simply because there's a temple or altar dedicated to Hathor on the other side. There's nothing, that whole area has been excavated, nothing Hebrew. Nothing has been found in the Sinai Peninsula. So the lack of evidence demonstrates that it is most probably, it didn't happen. Same way the Dead Sea Scrolls were found much later. Even though the Dead Sea Scrolls were found much later, there were other evidence of the writings that existed within the Dead Sea Scrolls that were evident to people, right? We had those other, writings. There was other scrolls of Isaiah were already in existence. The Dead Sea Scroll just confirmed it, but I get what you're saying. You find something later. Finding a better example actually would have been, a better example would have been finding the Nag Hammadi writings, because previous to that, all the writings at Nag Hammadi, all we had was heretical writings towards them. We had the writings where people were calling them heretics, and this is what they believe. It's kind of like Marcion. We don't have any of the writings of Marcion, but we have what people said about Marcion. We have what people said about the Valentinians. Sure, we can find stuff, but the fact of that number of people, we should have been able to find it. They tried to erase Hatshepsut, but we found information about Hatshepsut. They tried to erase Akhenaten, but we found all this information about Akhenaten. 2 million people, and we find nothing. But the question was the contradiction that is within the Bible. They can't be on the same timeline. And yes, there are aspects of the Dead Sea Scroll that contradicts it. A class on how to use StreamYard on Facebook YT at the same time with StreamYard and sharing screen, posting tips, gaining subs, etc., showing the prospect of not just telling would be worth it. Okay, I understand. Got you. What did he say over here? What's the problem with the Exodus date? Wait a minute, that was a question. What part of it is true? That people create that conspiracy, that there are religious groups who believe in that conspiracy. There is the Nag Hammadi writings that suggest that Jesus may have had a more intimate relationship with Mary Magdalene. That's about it. What's the problem with the Exodus date? Oh, let's see. Cole, are you still there? Yeah, I'll bring Cole up. Actually, so maybe I can actually talk about the subject matter that I want to talk about today.
Hello.
How you doing, Cole?
Just fine. How are you?
Pretty good. So, how old are you?
I'm 20.
All right, and you're a believer?
Yeah.
A little hesitation.
Well, people would probably call me a heretic, but I believe Jesus is God and rose from the dead. Let's say that. I don't necessarily believe the Bible's inerrant or just in certain other things.
You believe the Bible is inerrant?
I do not. I also believe Jesus already came back, and there's a lot of. I'm a preterist.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know. I'm a universalist also.
Okay. So what I'm stating is that 1 Kings chapter 6 says that the Exodus had to have happened in 1447 BCE, because that will be 480 years after the fourth reign of Solomon, when he was starting to build the temple, which would place the Exodus in 1447, 1446 timeframe. But according to Exodus 1, the building of the city of Pi-Ramses was done between 1279 and 1213. And Exodus chapter 1, verse 11, I believe, is when it says that they built the city of Succoth and Ramses. So those are incompatible dates. And both are coming from
one.
the Bible.
I would say one. The 480 years given in 1 Kings, that number is either one inaccurate, because it's 400 years afterwards. They wouldn't have now knew, which is probably the more likely thing. That number is symbolic for something. The Israelites used numbers like the ages and Genesis and stuff. The Israelites are known to use numbers symbolically.
I would agree with you on that one, because if you divide 480 by 12, you know what you get?
What is it?
40.
Yeah.
And so
that could exactly be it.
And 40 is one of those numbers that they like to, in their numerology, that they like to use. So I would imagine that Solomon just said that for that reason. But because the Bible is supposed to be the inspired word of God and infallible and true, but you don't believe that, so we're on the same page with that. But because believers say that it's infallible, that there's no contradictions, that would then be a fallibility and a contradiction.
I mean, you know, I do believe in some sort of historical exodus. Now, I think the numbers at the 2 million or whatever, I think that's hyperbolic. I mean, it's probably far less than that.
Oh.
But I do believe that around the reign of Ramses II, there was an exodus that this story comes from.
Okay, where did they go? So you believe they went from Egypt to Canaan, right?
Yes.
Canaan was being under the control of Egypt at that time frame. So they went from Egypt to more Egypt. So what did they leave?
I mean, say again?
So what are they leaving?
Well, I mean, they're leaving the slavery under the Pharaoh in Egypt to move in with the Canaanite people.
But the land of Canaan was controlled by Egypt, was under Egyptian rule at that time frame.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're not still going to be in slavery there, though.
Why not?
Well, I mean,
what would make them free if you're leaving? What state do you live in? Or are you in America? Cole. Hello. Cole.
you froze.
Huh? What state do you live in? Are you in America?
Yes.
What state do you live in?
Texas.
Oh, so I live in San Antonio. All right, so if you live in Texas, let's say you live in Dallas. And if you left Dallas and you went to Houston, are you still under the same laws and rules and the same government when you go to Houston?
Well, yes, but I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, we're a little more advanced now. We're talking about over like 25, well, maybe like 2,500 years or something like that. More than that, actually.
Okay, let's pinpoint it. More so. My family, when I trace my family lineage, I have family members who were slaves in Georgia, right? I mean, let me use my father's line. I have family members who were slaves in Virginia, right? And then they moved to North Carolina, still under the Southern slave rule, still in the South, where slavery was legal. So when they moved to Virginia, from Virginia to North Carolina, were they still slaves?
Yeah, I mean, yes, they would have been. But what I'm saying is they would have went to like California kind of thing. I don't think California was a state at that time, or like went into the desert in Arizona and just found a random spot there. Kind of more or less what I'm getting at.
Okay. So, but here's
like the central cities and stuff.
But this is still the reality. Since you're a Texan, and I've learned a lot about Texas history since I've been here. Back in the time frame of slavery, when Texas was owned by Mexico, many slave owners from the South came to Texas, right, with their slaves. Now, Texas was owned by Mexico. So part of this whole Alamo bullshit over here was for them, they were fighting in order to keep their slaves because Mexico had outlawed slavery, right? So that's the whole Texas and Mexican war was about that, right? That's a different country. Mexico was a different country, different government. They weren't under American imperialism at the time frame, so they had different laws. So that wasn't the situation when during the time frame of Ramses. If you went to Canaan, you weren't under a different rulership. You were still under Egyptian rulerships, under Egyptian laws. So if you left Even if you left, just because you left one part of the Egyptian empire and you went to the Canaanite portion of it, you were still under Egyptian rule. So you would still have been slaves. So they wouldn't, you're not escaping.
I would just say, like, would you expect the Pharaoh of the time to send a few?
You're cutting out, I think. Yeah, downtown San Antonio is nice.
Jimmy?
Mm-hmm. I can get, you're back now.
Oh, I said, would you expect the Pharaoh to send out people to just go get a few thousand slaves at most? I would say it was a few thousand that left.
Okay, well, to say it's a few, okay, so you don't accept the 6,000 men, 600,000 men rather, that the Bible says.
No.
But that's what but this is what we have to go by on the story. Now, if it was just a few thousand people, maybe not. I mean, Southerners sent slave catchers to go get one person back in the day. So it's very reasonable to think that if whatever number of slaves left, that this Pharaoh could have mounted a, hey, go get these people and bring them back. Because you removing 2 million slaves, or even 600,000 slaves, that would impact your economy greatly, just as when the Civil War was over, it impacted the South tremendously. But the fact still remains that they still would have left Egypt for more Egypt. They didn't leave Egypt. They were still in Egypt.
Yes, I get that. But what I'm saying is, like, it wasn't anywhere near 600,000. That is hyperbolic. It was, like I said, I think it was probably less than 6,000, honestly. I mean, maybe even into the hundreds. But I don't think they would have mounted a search for these people, especially not as far as Canaan is from Egypt. I know it's not that far, but I mean, it still would take time and effort.
Well, it would take time and effort. It wasn't all that far in reality, because when Thutmose mounted a campaign against the Hittites, I believe, it only took him like 9 days to move an entire army into all the way up to, I think Kadesh is where that is. It Kadesh? No, Ramses fought at Kadesh. Ramses or Thutmose was the third fought at Kadesh, but it only took them like 9 days to go from like Memphis all the way up to Kadesh. So it's not as huge of an undertaking. Like, I don't know if you've ever been over there, but the entire length from Egypt to Canaan would be like driving from Dallas to El Paso, and you're still in Texas. So it's not that far. And I know that Thunder is saying that they only control northern. No, they control the entire Sinai Peninsula. It went all the way control of what is now known as Jordan, and all the way up to Kadesh, where it met with the Hittite Empire. So they controlled all of the Levant and far out into the region of the Levant. All the way to the Jordan River and the Sea of Galilee, all that stuff was under Egyptian control.
Yes, I mean, also I would say that God, even with it being under control, I mean, that's still like the ends of their territory. So I mean,
the end of their territory goes all the way up until like modern day Syria, Lebanon. But understand that one of their major sources of income was also in that Canaanite area, which was some of the copper mines that they were utilizing there. So Egypt had a vested interest in this region for those copper mines, but also the areas of Jerusalem and Megiddo, where those are located right now. Those were major trade ports and supply ports. So Egypt had, anytime anybody conquered that area, they had a major interest in maintaining control of that area. So allowing that to be a runaway slave hub would have been detrimental to the economics and the military strategy of Egypt. So this is why during the Bronze Age collapse, when they lost that region, it hurt Egypt tremendously.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, I could even concede that. I mean, but I probably wouldn't. I do think that there is evidence of like a Semitic population in Egypt that disappeared under the Ramesses.
But now that's just okay. What do you back that up with other than what you feel?
I mean, I don't remember where it was this documentary that I watched on the Exodus said that there was evidence of Semitic people in Egypt under Ramesses. Then we disappear from this place. I don't remember what city it said.
I mean, I don't know the documentary that you're talking about. I know there's the Ron Wyatt documentary, and he has been debunked on everything he's stated about the Exodus. He's been debunked on everything he stated about the Exodus, the Ark, finding Jesus' blood, everything.
No.
So I hope the video you're talking about is not a Ron Wyatt documentary.
Oh, no. This was Dr. David Falk. I don't even know who David Falk is. He's an Egyptologist.
Yeah, I know the name David Falk. I don't know I don't know the documentary of his. I may have seen it.
It's about philosophy. It's called Exodus Rediscovered.
Because David Falk, he does the National Geographic documentaries, right? Or History Channel, I think. One of those.
I'm not sure. I just know he's an Egyptologist. The documentary is called Exodus Rediscovered. Inspired Philosophy did it.
And yeah, I just looked it up real quick. I don't think I've ever seen his documentary. That name sounds familiar though. I might have somebody else in my mind. Yeah, I had somebody else in my mind.
No, I know who Ron Wyatt is. That guy is He says some crazy stuff. Ron Wyatt.
Now, when it comes to, I know you sound like a youngin. Well, you are a youngin. The great poet KRS-One once said that if you don't know the history of the author, then you don't know what you're reading. Right? So if you first, before I would look at this documentary that David Falk put out, the first thing I would do is research who David Falk is. One of the sad things, and I was talking about this at the early part of this video, is that oftentimes these people of higher education and who are walking around in these circles of scholarship, they are polite. They don't want to piss off the dude who's in charge of any archaeology that happens in Egypt. So they're not going to go against what's his name? Kawasi, whatever his name is. They're not going to go against him. They don't want to go against the mainstream. They might nitpick here and there. And then if David Falk, is he an apologist? Or like, what's his background? Because just like Ron Wyatt, they will twist things to fit their own narrative. Kevin is saying that he's a Christian apologist with a PhD in Egyptology. So if that's, I'll look that up. But if that's true, then I'm going to take what he says about proof of the Exodus with a grain of salt, because he's doing his archaeological work with a predetermined landing spot already. He's already decided that the Exodus happened. And when people decide what the result is going to be before they get any of the information, they're going to force it to fit that narrative. So he may have a few things that might be right, and that's the best way to confuse people. Let me give you a little bit that's right, and then I'm going to give you a whole bunch of bullshit around it. It said David Falk believes the Exodus happened in the early Iron Age. And so the early Iron Age, what time frame is that? That's right after the Bronze Age collapse. So that would be it happening in like 1150, something like that time frame, 1000. Yeah. And thank you. I'm still calling you Boondocks, Zaha Hawass. That dude is the worst person to be over the Egyptian archaeology, because he is trying to maintain the narrative of Egypt. But so, Cole, when you're looking at this documentary, understand you're watching a documentary by a guy who wants to put a certain narrative out there.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I mean, I understand when I watch a Christian apologist, he's going to be just that, a Christian apologist. But I mean, I more care about what the evidence says. I mean, if the evidence points to the fact that there might have been an Exodus, well, if there might have been an Exodus.
But the evidence doesn't point to any Exodus whatsoever. Even when the believers of the Octen, after they dethroned Akhenaten, tried to escape Tutankhamun over through the Red Sea on boats, not by splitting the Red Sea, but on a boat. According to Tutankhamun, they sunk the ships. So we don't have any exodus of any large number of people leaving Egypt. And like I said, they would have just been going to more Egypt.
Well, it was not a large amount of people was the thing. I mean, I know.
But how do you prove that it wasn't a number of people?
I mean, archaeology, honestly.
Because of the lack of evidence, so then you say, I still want to believe it, but I'm going to make it a smaller number of people so that the lack of evidence demonstrates evidence? Is that the thought process?
Yeah, but there is evidence of Semitic peoples under Ramses II leaving, disappearing from Egypt, is what I'm saying.
Under Ramses?
The second, I believe. There was a second.
Yeah, it's Ramses II. What evidence is that?
Like I said, I seen it in that documentary. I don't have the slides screenshotted or remembered off the top of my head, but it's been a while since I watched that documentary. It was interesting though. I forget the name of the city. If I can remember that, we can look it up.
Okay, hold on. I'm just looking up some stuff real quick. During the Ramses II, the archaeological evidence is more complex. Evidence of Semitic presence in Egypt. Middle Kingdom Egypt texts confirm the presence of Semitic people in Egypt, even showed them gaining considerable power with the Hyksos and ruling party. Okay, so the Hyksos is not the Egyptians who were enslaved. And that would have been the Hyksos, that was between like around 1680 and through 1521. So that doesn't fit the date under Ramesses at all. That's at least 200 years. 300 years time difference. So ancient Avarice, now the revealed Semitic population with ties to Canaans include Canaanites that are former the Brooklyn Papyri just have some Semitic people whose slave names. Average really is not telling me anything. This is tied to Canaan people. This would have been what household I lived in. Streets, the Imperial Papyri. So you have Semitic people, but Semitic, you can be, you know that Hittites are Semitic.
Yeah.
Assyrians Semitic. Akkadians are Semitic. All the ites, Jebusites, all these people are Semitic. Canaanites themselves are Semitic. So having Semitic people is like saying, well, we see signs that they had swords. So since they had swords, then they were in an army. I can have a sword, doesn't make me part of an army.
No, I would agree with that. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Right. So just being Semitic, that just means that you come from a common language structure. Just like the, like tell a French person that they're Spanish. You might get into a fight. But they both come from the same Latin language structure. You with me? Or like tell a French person they're Latin. They be like, our language structure may come from Latin, but we're not Latin. So you can't apply you wouldn't be able to apply a story from Italy to a story to the French people just because they share a common base language.
Yes, but there wouldn't have been necessarily an Israelite people at that time. They would have just been the Semitic people.
Now, that leans into the fact that there is no such thing, no mentioning of an Israelite until the Meneptah stele around 1208 BCE, when a group of people were defeated by Pharaoh Meneptah in Canaan. And thus the first time we get Israelites. So it's most likely that these Canaanite people just separated from the people, the other Canaanite people in the Levant, in modern day Israel. And then Meneptah was like, oh, hell no, y'all not gonna do what you want to do. So let me come up there and whoop y'all ass while I'm whooping everybody else's ass up here, right? A perfect example of that is that in Brazilian slavery, there was literally a kingdom a slave kingdom that existed in the jungles of Brazil for 60 years. Now they were still in Brazil. It was still controlled by Portugal, but they were deep in the jungle. And for 60 years, they identified and was self-governing. And then eventually the Portuguese came in and whooped their ass. But they never left Brazil. They didn't leave Africa and come to Brazil and establish their own kingdom. They ran away from their own, but within the same place. So these Canaanites could have easily these Israelites are more than likely, especially because they hold to the Canaanite God structure, are just some Canaanites who were living under Egyptian rule in Canaan and then went out into the wilderness as a nomadic people.
Yes, I mean, I would agree with that to some point. I mean, I do believe that the Israelites are Canaanites, but I mean, I would also say that there was a group of people who came in who were probably also Canaanites, because they would have had to have been that.
Well, Canaanites have two different viewpoints. You have the individual group of people that went by the title Canaanite, and then you had all the Semitic people in that region were also considered Canaanites. And then they may have had different names. And just to answer the question, the Meetup stele doesn't say Israelites, it only says Israel. But it identified, when it said Israel, the context words around it identified them as a people, not a city, not a nation, but as a people, hence using the term Israelites. Right? So it wasn't using Israel as if Israel was a city or a nation. It identified as a people. Right. So only a group of people. They were wanderers. They were nomadic. So that's why even utilizing the term Israelite to describe them in Meetup stele is still correct.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I do agree with all of that. I would just say there's evidence that there was also people who came out of Egypt and joined this group in its origins.
Well, there's no proof of people coming out of Egypt and joining that group, because most of the stuff that would identify people, Semitic people who were in Egypt, and I could be wrong, but from just the quick glance of this information that I brought up real quick, there's no evidence that shows any of this happened under Ramses II. That all of these other documentations demonstrated happening under different pharaohs at other time frames, but not under Ramesses.
I'm trying to find what.
Don't be falling asleep on, man. Don't be yawning now. Wake up.
No, I was trying to find something. Just one moment.
Wake up, man. Wake up. And while he's trying to find that, I am time. Yeah. As I explained, I am time. When you read the Meetup stele, is it talking about a city? Is it talking about a nation? Or is it talking about a people group? So if I said that, okay, so I'm from Marietta, Georgia, but we all just say we're from Atlanta to make it easy for other people. If you are describing me and a group of people from Atlanta, would you call us Atlanta, or would you call us, well, we call ourselves ATLians, but Atlanteans? You wouldn't call us Atlanta. If you say that you came and destroyed Atlanta, then you're saying you came and destroyed the city of Atlanta. But if you came and you destroyed a wandering group of people who are from Atlanta, then you destroyed the Atlanteans, who was wandering out there somewhere outside of the city. So if it's talking about a people group, you can say then it is Israelites. So you're splitting hairs, but even the splitting of the hair is incorrect. And I did see where I didn't forget about your where's she at? God damn, y'all be typing too much. Peaceful Storm. Isn't the part of scientific research later revelations? Yes, scientific research does bring out later revelations. But until such revelations occur, we have to go by the current information that we have. And the current information that we have demonstrates zero evidence of the Exodus. No evidence of the Exodus at all. Now, I am very open. If by some way, somehow, they discover evidence of the Exodus that happened during the time frame of Ramesses II, I am more than willing to accept it, but you got to have the evidence before I accept it. And that's the difference between people who don't believe in the Bible and people who do believe in the Bible. We have to have evidence in order to accept the information, and then it's no longer belief, but it becomes facts. And
I mean, I would just
go ahead.
Say if we have evidence that was made exiting, disappearing from that town, couldn't find the name.
But when? You see, you got to have the when and the how. You got to have all the information, right? You can't just say people left. When did they leave? So like another example from my hometown. There's evidence to be able to demonstrate that because of Freaknik, many Northerners moved to Atlanta and made an exodus to Atlanta. And then there's evidence that we can, through census data, home purchases, jobs, we can also show that the '96 Olympics caused a mass exodus of people to Atlanta, right? City grew busting out the seats because of those events. We can get the evidence of that. So if I just said, oh, all these people moved to Atlanta in 1996, 1997, that's just me making an assumption. That's just me saying something. But you got to have some evidence to back it up.
Well, when the evidence, we're not going to have evidence of them crossing because I mean, it's desert. Like,
what's desert? Crossing what? The Red Sea? Now, according to the biblical narrative, they were living in Goshen. Goshen is up in the Nile Delta. The Nile Delta is lush and green. So idiotic, it would have been dumb, first of all, to go all the way down to the Red Sea and then try to cross there when they already had an easier crossing from the Delta into the Sinai Peninsula. The Suez Canal wasn't there then. So that would have been an easier walk. That was where the trade route went. So that whole crossing doesn't even make any sense from the get-go. Now, if they did cross with wagons and all kinds of goods, and then if all these chariots, these hundreds of chariots that would have been caught in the reclaiming of the land, there would be evidence of that. But none has been found. Everything that Ron White claimed to have found with some chariot wheels have all been debunked.
Well, I don't think they would have had chariots or anything, though.
Why? They had chariots back then.
Well, these so many people that were leaving Egypt, they wouldn't have had this stuff. They were
remember the Egyptian army was chasing them across the Red Sea, so it's the chariots that the chariots would have came from the Egyptian army. The wagons, you should also see some type of wagons there, because if you look at a what is it called when they map the bottom of the ocean, the waters? But if you look at a topographical map of the bottom of the Red Sea, even wagons wouldn't have been able to go across there. Some of them wagons would have been left in the midst of them trying to cross.
The wagons of the Israelites, you're saying?
Yeah, because remember they didn't leave empty-handed. Remember, the God of this Bible mind controlled the Egyptian people to give them all kinds of gifts and stuff before they left. And I'm just answering some other questions over here. Rupert is saying that the Egyptian Jews, the Beth Israel, have Exodus story within their historical records. They have Exodus story within the Bible that they canonize, which does not make it evidence. But go ahead, Cole.
I would probably be able to say that's like added, just something put into the text to make it sound better. I mean, I'm willing to concede those kind of things.
Well,
that probably didn't happen, like them getting all the gifts and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you don't think that the Bible is infallible. You think that it has some jacked up stuff.
I mean, and I would probably even use like divinely inspired very, very, very loosely.
And that's fair. For your point of view, that's fair. I wouldn't use divinely inspired at all. So I'm with you. And that's a fair statement. It's just the fact that I'm not going to believe any of this story when there's no facts about it. I mean, there's literally no facts. Solomon claimed he built the temple. There were elements of that temple that were excavated. So at least we have elements of that temple. The second temple. Was that the first temple? Or second temple? First temple? One of them.
That'd be the first temple. The second temple was the one that was around
exactly.
Destroyed.
After the Babylonian captivity was the second temple. Thank you. But yes, so you at least there's some evidence that there was a first temple, and there's evidence there was a second temple. You know what I'm saying? So I can get with that those temples existed, but we have no evidence of anything anything. There's no evidence of nothing. I mean, we have none. So that's what I'm looking for. So in order for me to even believe it, even if I don't believe the Bible is divinely inspired, or even if I think it got some, hyperbolic statements, I still have to, then if that's the case, then why would I trust that this is the word of some God?
I mean, I wouldn't call it the word of God.
So, but you said you believe in Jesus.
I do.
So how do you know Jesus existed since there's no evidence of Jesus?
There's no evidence of Jesus?
Mm-mm. Oh, but wait, before we go there, let me answer one of these questions from this dude, Primer. Primer said that they crossed, where was that at? I just saw it. They crossed the Nuwaba crossing. The Nuwaba crossing is in the Gulf of Aqaba. The Gulf of Aqaba is not the Red Sea or even the Sea of Reeds. So now you're just finding a location that people like Ron Wyatt try to do and claim that is the crossing because it has somewhat of this raised platform within the ocean floor. But even that raised platform within the ocean floor, it's not a smooth road. Now, so I'm sorry, but I just wanted to answer that one. You said that there is no Jesus. What's your proof of Jesus?
Well, Paul, Mark, and who else? Then I would go to Tacitus.
Okay, let's go one at a time. The first one you said is Paul. Paul, according to his own writings, never met Jesus. He met him in a vision. He claims to have met him in a vision, although none of his epistles talk about that. This is in Acts, which wasn't written by Paul. This was something written by Luke, who was supposed to be a companion of Paul. But Paul claims that he met him in a vision, which is very similar to one of the most popular plays at that time frame that had been a popular play for 300 years, which is the Bacchae, which has a similar story of a man being blinded and meeting Dionysus, and then Dionysus is like, why you persecute me? He's like, I'm sorry. And then he can see all of a sudden and becomes a follower of Dionysus. The Paulinian story leaves a lot of gaps, but again, Paul is not a witness to Jesus.
Yeah, but Paul knew Peter and James.
According to the Bible itself, you need something outside the Bible itself in order to prove the Bible.
But like, to me, I mean, that seems kind of hyper skeptic. I mean, if Paul's just claiming he knew this guy, why can't we just take Paul at his word that he knew somebody?
Would you take me at my word that I knew Tupac? I can tell you a lot about his life.
I honestly would take you at your word that you knew Tupac.
Then I mean this with all the love and sincerity, then you would be a fool. Because then I can scam you out of all kind of stuff and be like, hey, you a Tupac fan? You see this torch right here? Tupac gave me this torch. I sell it to you for $3,000 because this is a torch that Tupac used to use when he smoked his weed. And you just gonna take me at my word? And buy it? Or do you need evidence that this used to belong to Tupac?
James wouldn't have been famous.
Why not?
I mean,
can you prove that James and Peter existed?
First Tupac is a famous person.
Okay.
I mean, Peter and James wouldn't have been famous.
Can you prove that Peter and James existed?
Yeah, Josephus mentions James is Liveman, and Clement of Rome mentions Peter and Paul for that matter.
All right. So did Josephus know James? Did he meet James? Did he talk to James? And the James that he's talking about was a high priest. He took over, he became a high priest. So did James become a high priest in the Bible?
I didn't hear what you said in the beginning. Could you say it again?
So the James brother of Yeshua that Josephus talks about was a high priest. He was a Jewish high priest. So is that the same James that's in the Bible? Because when did James become a high priest in the Jewish religion?
James, the brother of the one called Christ, was Josephus says he was a high priest?
Yes. See, here's the thing. Josephus talked about at least three different Yeshua types, and all three of them are very different people. None of them are the same person. And the the Testimonium Flavianus has been proven to be a forgery. It's an addition to the text that was added about 400 years after Josephus had died. Oh, his phone rang. He answered no phone calls during my live? What the hell? What the hell? I don't know who says that. I heard that somewhere.
Sorry about that.
Don't answer your phone. No, just go ahead. Go ahead. But yeah, so Josephus is not proof of Jesus because Josephus never met Jesus or talked to a Jesus, and is talking about three different Yeshua types. One was under a different governor when he was prosecuted, but was let go and never was crucified. The other one, who had the brother of James, it was a situation where James became the high priest, and this was a different Yeshua as well. So Josephus is not credible to the proof of Jesus, and especially since the Testimonium Flavianus was added 300 to 400 years after he died.
I mean, most scholars say that the Testimonium Flavianum was just interpolated. There was an original version of it. Just the one we have now was interpolated. Right,
which is the part that says, and there was a man, if he was a man, he performed miracles. He was he was called the Christ, and he was crucified on the Pontius Pilate. All of that part was added to it.
That's not the scholarly consensus.
No, that's the consensus. That's what the interpolation is the addition, because he was talking about a Yeshua, but then they added the whole Christ part and then went back to talking to Yeshua. It doesn't even fit in the narrative of the flow of the writing, and then it doesn't fit into the language that would have been the utilization of language at that time frame. So it got two different types of language structures. So that passage was added into a part that was already talking about a Yeshua, and they added the Christ part. So that's the interpolation. That's what most scholars agree, that it was added.
Well, most scholars agree that, like, Josephus calling him the Christ and like that, but most scholars agree, at least from the research I've done, agree that it was originally talking, like, mentioned that he was crucified and that he had followers and stuff like that, but just not, Josephus didn't call him the Christ or say he rose.
Yeah, Josephus would have never said that. As a practicing Jew, he would have never said that he was the Christ and that he rose. So
Josephus didn't say that. But Josephus, I believe he didn't mention.
Yeah, I will grant you that Josephus mentioned at least 3 different Yeshuas who were preachers of sorts, but that doesn't prove the Bible Jesus. You understand what I'm saying? That would demonstrate that they took the story of some 3 other dudes and then incorporated the legends, the mythos of Jesus.
Yeah, I mean.
So then the other person you said was Tacitus. Tacitus writes about a people who believed in this, and he was disgusted in their practice, but believed in a Jesus who died on the cross, and that they take this sacrament of the blood and the body. And he was asking Pliny what to do with these people. So Tacitus is writing at least about almost 100 years after the so-called events happened. But he's not validating Jesus' existence.
Sure,
but what people believed.
Do you think he would? Do you think Tacitus would have just said whatever, or do you think he would have done research on what he was claiming, over the claims?
I'm sure he would have done research on the fact that people believe that. Sure, that's not hard to do. I can go do research right now on that people believe in Allah. I can go to any mosque, find out what they believe, and then say this is what they believe.
Yeah, but as a historian, you don't think he would have looked into the records?
Most likely Tacitus, no, especially not Tacitus. So Tacitus also wrote that Nero was fiddling on the roof, and Nero was burning Christians in his garden as lights to use as lanterns, and all of that has been proven to be false. Tacitus was also a propagandist. But if you accept that, then you should also accept that Tacitus said that Emperor Vespasian stepped under the power of Serapis, healed a man who was lame of hand, and healed a man who was blind by spitting him some dirt and rubbing it in his eyes. So that's what Tacitus wrote that Vespasian did in the belief of Serapis. So then you should, if you accept the Jesus from Tacitus, you should accept Serapis from Tacitus as well. So do you accept Serapis? That he existed and performed miracles? That he was the Son of God? Oh, he dropped. So he's gone. What up, Casey? Unmute your mic, Casey.
No, coach. I meant to actually give my input, but he dropped.
Oh.
Okay, what it was gonna do was okay. He was at a point I was at, but right before I deconstructed, then I was, making up excuses. Well, maybe I don't make this literally. Well, there's probably some contradictions or discrepancy due to human error and stuff. And then it made me turn the road to looking more, I guess, like scholars and what they had to say. And I was even planning on going to Egypt and probably try to steal a bit. Well, I didn't get into that, but I was desperate. But one thing that helped me deconstruct was basically looking at internal contradictions. So he said before he got to Josephus and the other guy, he mentioned Mark and Luke. So
Mm-hmm.
what I was gonna do was I was gonna say, well, okay, Mark and Luke weren't first-hand eyewitnesses. I was going to compare Matthew and John.
Right.
Matthew and John, especially in the resurrection story, have Jesus doing things that he couldn't have done in one aspect, and then the other one has Jesus doing something completely different. So once I had actually four direct contradictions where it would have been clear, like, look, this isn't no small discrepancy. This is actually one or two of these guys didn't even write it, or none of them didn't write it. So I was gonna hit it home there because that was what actually had done it for me.
So what are the discrepancies that you was going to hit on? Hit them.
Well, I was gonna start subtle with, Matthew's version, where there's the earthquake. The
Right.
women saw um the angel and the soldiers freeze and were frightened, but then the angel had told the women, don't be afraid. Jesus is not here; he has risen. Come and see where the Lord has laid. So
Right.
there already we have the women informed that Jesus was resurrected. On their way to tell the disciples, Jesus appeared to them, all healed. The women grabbed his feet. They touched him. Then Jesus told him, go and tell my disciples to meet me in Galilee. Now, the trip from Jerusalem to Galilee is more than a day, it's journey. And then it says later down that the 11, which means all the disciples, met Jesus in Galilee, in the mountains of Galilee where he first appointed them. And it said some doubted. And we go to John's version. So before we go to John, remember what Matthew recollected. Matthew recollected John, John and 11 disciples,
Mm-hmm.
all seeing Jesus at the same time, days after his resurrection.
Right.
And he said the 11, so he meant all. When we go to John's account now, you have, let's say we have women. Some say there was more than Mary Magdalene. Let's say we have women. The women went to the tomb is empty. They're clueless.
Uh-huh.
Mary Magdalene went to Peter and on then disciple. They run back to the tomb to confirm.
Mm-hmm.
The tomb is empty. They were amazed and they left in wonder. Mary Magdalene stood there weeping, and then she stooped down and she saw a figure, well, tree. She thought it was a gardener, but she realized it was Jesus. And then she went to grab Jesus, and Jesus said, touch me not. So there we have a contradiction. When did Mary Magdalene first see Jesus? In Matthew, did she first see Jesus on the road to tell the disciples where she hugged him or grabbed his feet? Or did she first saw him for the first time in by the tomb, weeping? And then Jesus said two different things also. So already we have a Jesus doing and saying things that he clearly cannot have said and clearly cannot have done.
Right.
Then specifically in John, it says the first day of the week. So I'm in John chapter 20, I think it is. Okay, so it says, okay, so Jesus appeared to them the same evening, John chapter 20, verse 90, being the first day of the week. So Jesus appeared to his disciples, except for Thomas, so it's 10. He met them the first day of the week in a house where they were hiding from the Jews. So already we got discrepancies. Did he meet them in Matthew days after his resurrection in a different location in Galilee, or did he meet them in Jerusalem the same day he resurrected?
Right.
So, according to John's recollection, the disciples met Jesus in a house in Jerusalem, hiding
Mhm.
from the Jews. And Thomas saw him a week later in Jerusalem, in which the disciples was trying to convince Thomas. And from Matthew's recollection is different. Matthew recalls John and the rest of the disciples, with Thomas included, all seeing Jesus for the first time in mountains in Galilee, where it says some doubted. So you see the times, the location, the amount of people that was there, it is vastly different.
Yep, they are. Actually, I don't know how long ago it was. I know I was here. So sometime within the last 9 months, I did a live where I showed the differences between the four gospels and their description of the resurrection. And you're absolutely right. You hit on some of the points that I brought up during that one. You got different groups of women that first come there because the woman's job when someone dies is to go there and spice the body and take care of the body um, for those, especially those first 3 days, because they had the belief that if a person wasn't really dead unless they was remain dead after 3 days. So that was the woman's job. That's why they would be there. You're right about only Matthew records an earthquake. How in the hell can somebody miss earthquakes now? Right? That is an impossibility. Uh, then where the angels were, like you said, in John, they're inside the tomb. Matthew, they're coming. The angel comes down, and they see the angel descending. Right. So we have those. Those are just too big a difference. And then where they were meeting Jesus, and then one of the other ones having them meeting Jesus in Bethany. So they're meeting in different places uh, for the first time, which just shows that this story is a created story.
Yeah, what I try avoid doing, which is nothing wrong with it, but what I avoid doing is okay. Christians usually bring the argument, well, okay, Mark and Luke weren't eyewitnesses, so the stories they have are going to be different because it's just secondhand information. So that's why I mainly went directly to Matthew and John, and also Matthew and John could not have witnessed um the the ladies visiting the site. So I also give them the benefit of the doubt. Well, you know what? Maybe they got these stories there wrong because they weren't there at the tomb. But that's why I place emphasis for sure on John's and Matthew's account because those are two things that should not conflict.
No, they shouldn't, and that's one of the reasons why. Who was it wrote about that? Shit, I don't know if it was It's either Irenaeus or Eusebius. They wrote about the Ebionites and how the Ebionites only saw the Gospel of Matthew as the only gospel that was legitimate. They didn't view any of the other gospels as legitimate gospels.
It was like that to a point
And they
before
saw
they
Paul,
construct.
yeah, and then they saw Paul as an apostate uh, because
So did
Paul
I.
didn't have people. Paul spoke saying that you didn't have to follow the law, and the Ebionites believed that you had to follow the law because that's what the Jesus character is saying in the book of Matthew. So there's been those discrepancies have been known throughout history. So when people act like, oh, these people are all one and thought the same thing, no, the ones who had the Roman army is the one that decided what the Bible was going to be and what the doctrine of the Bible is going to be. And they just put it all in there with their discrepancies because they had power of military to kill you if you disagree with them. But as we can see today, and as you have rightly pointed out, there are many discrepancies within the Bible, and therefore we should be intelligent enough to recognize that this thing is false.
Well, what I realized I was debating about when I was a Christian. I had a neighbor. She is a Jehovah's Witness, So we got along. We talked about prophecies and Bible stuff Christians talk about. But when I had deconstructed, not that I went there to argue with her, but of course she would ask me about God and my relationship. So, I had to let the cat out of the bag. But
Right.
even though I was showing her discrepancies and problems, what I realized was that she was not going to. But no matter what I say, it's not going to change because she had lost her partner and she was hanging on to the hope of seeing him again. So,
Hmm.
I left it there because some people, like, we may look at them as like, how could you not see this? But some people have some sort of attachment to the Bible. Sometimes through grief, wanting to see a loved one again. So, all those is reasons why people, no matter what you do, they always stick with the Bible.
Oh, most certainly. I mean, there are members of my family. They've admitted it in so many words, but their hope of being reunited with our grandmother is the thing that keeps them attached, no matter what information is provided to them. There are people I know who their attachments to their spouses is so great that even though the Bible tells them that they're not married in heaven, they still want that reunion, and so they won't let it go because they need that hope in order for them to maintain some level of mental stability and emotional stability. And I generally leave those people alone. Like, okay, you know what? You do you. Uh, as long as you're not hurting anybody, keep doing what you're doing. So,
And true, that's what I decided to do afterwards too. If I get in any debate with a Christian, it usually them coming after me first.
yeah, yeah. And for that lady that you just described, I would just leave her alone. Wouldn't even try to convince her or anything. I probably wouldn't even have the discussions with her because eventually the discussions are going to get to those subject matters. And instead of having a peaceful neighborly conversation, you're not going to have a peaceful neighborly conversation anymore. She would develop resentment towards you uh, because you're taking away her hope.
Yeah, I saw the pain in her eyes, and then it clicked in one time. Like, oh shoot, I
Hmm.
forgot. She's probably still in the grieving process.
Oh yeah, that's why like with my cousin, I don't talk to her about anything like that because I know how she feels about our grandmother. So I just leave her alone because I enjoy her being my cousin. And we have a very big ass family, and you guys will probably see glimpses of that over Labor Day weekend when I shoot some videos showing all these damn people when we get together every year. But yeah, this I just leave that. I would leave that alone. We would just have neighborly conversations. How's your grass doing?
Yeah,
You,
she loved plants, so yeah, that would be a good um starting point.
yeah, just that plant right there. The stem of it. You can make a tincture out of it, and it's good for inflammation. Have that conversation. But I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. I'm gonna let this other guy come up. He's been waiting patiently, just as you have. So appreciate you, Casey.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Oh wow! Peace and blessings, brother.
Peace and blessings. Israel,
Call me off guard. How you doing?
good. Caught you off guard. You're over 18, right?
Say it again.
You're over 18, right?
Oh yeah. I'm well over 18.
Okay. Just for some reason, TikTok be tripping, so I got to make sure.
Right. I just see your title says problems with Exodus dating. Exodus problems with dating the Exodus.
Yes.
Right. So do you? So you believe in the Bible, right?
No.
Oh, you don't believe in the Bible?
No.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good stance. It's a perfect stance, because I also I just read what I read. I just believe it's a prophecy.
Okay.
And I believe it's a that's taken for our remote generation, which the remote generation is the generation now. And we are the generation now to actually fulfill the scripture. I don't believe it's a history book. So we are the generation that's starting Exodus now.
So how so, since every generation has always believed that they are the ones the Bible is speaking of?
Because we're still in the situation we are now, so they must have been deceived, huh?
What about us that makes us the Exodus generation?
As far as we are the generation to walk with God, to actually acknowledge that God is among us, that we are the ones who are going to exit this wicked system and create our own righteous system for our own people, our own righteous government for our own people, and we can create our own things as we should, that we never had an opportunity to do.
We never have an opportunity to do so. When do we? So prior to
when a group of melanated people get together, they burn it down, right? Because maybe they didn't go through the right channels to go through to get to operate in a financial institute, how they were supposed to do it. You know, as far as like Tulsa, Oklahoma, you know, but they built up, they burned down. Philadelphia, they built up, they burned down. Florida, they built up, they burned down. So this is the thing.
Okay.
To have a proper exodus, we have to formulate our own government.
So Marietta, where I grew up, Lawrence Street was built up, they never burnt it down.
Say it again?
Lawrence Street was built up, they never burnt it down. Lawrenceville was built up, never burnt it down.
Yeah, but they don't have their own, you know, you gotta think about it, like, brother, it's bigger than just being part of the system, making a table. I mean, building a seat at the table of this wicked system, but besides making your own table.
I mean, I was using the example that you used. So I mean, I agree that there has been events, things that have been done on the American government, especially during the Jim Crow era, to tear down anything that to tear down a lot of places that Black people built up. But there are also examples where what Black people built up was not torn down. Now, integration did a whole big new number on a bunch of places, but that's a whole nother story. But what makes, okay, so now what about the time frames before colonization began? My ancestors ruled themselves, governed themselves, but things weren't peaceful. The Dahomey still fought wars. The Yoruba still fought wars and persecuted the Igbo. So when is this? So why couldn't that have been? So that describes the time frame that you're talking about of being self-governing.
Well, no, I'm talking about today into the future, going to the future. I'm not talking about anything in the past.
But why?
Anything I said to you is not of the past. Like I'm just bringing. I might say examples of people trying to do it the righteous way, but it doesn't like in this government they don't let you be big. You can't be bigger than the program. You know what I mean? You have to abide by the program. So that's why a lot of people have 501c3s and are becoming part of this program, and they're just doing their thing in this program. Nobody's really creating an exodus for our people to get out of this wicked program. Besides my brother Yaju Judah, he's the one proclaiming they have a righteous plan to get us to the other side to green pastures.
What makes it righteous?
Well, it's for one, it's in order how God wanted it. You know, how the Most High wanted it. It's
and that's based on what?
On life.
On life?
Yeah, like of course, like
that's vague. Like, how would you base what is righteous and what is not righteous?
Well, what is right? What is righteous? That's a broad question for that's a broad question. Who can really say what's righteous, what's not righteous? Who can say that? Who can say what it?
You said that he's doing a program that is righteous. What was the gentleman's name?
Yeah, for our people. Now. When I say righteous, a government for our people, setting up a government for our people, a righteous government for our people, for we can control what we put in our food. You know, because right now they put food, all kind of things in our food that's poisoning the children, it's poisoning us. They're putting things in the water, they're putting things in the air that we don't have no control over. So if we set up our own government, our own land, we can control all those things.
Okay.
We control the prices. We control the narrative.
But what makes it righteous? Like, okay, so what's the gentleman name you said?
Judah. Judah.
Yaju. Okay, so can I say Judah for short and not be disrespectful?
We say Yaju.
Yaju. Okay, yeah. So under Yaju's regime, would I be able to have more than one wife?
I mean, that's what you prefer to do, brother.
But is that righteous?
That's what you prefer to do.
If I want to sacrifice animals, is that righteous?
That's we don't eat meat. We don't eat animals, so that would be, you would get fined, probably fined for that. You know, that's a violation for sure. Like, why would you want to sacrifice an animal? Because we're it's a new mindset. We're not bringing the old mindset to the new world. You know, okay. If you want to sit around and sacrifice animals, you can stay where you at and do that. You know what I mean? You can't even do that right now in this day and age. So why would you want to sacrifice animals? You know what I mean? Like, actually, you can't do that right now.
Yes, you can.
In the United States.
Yeah. I used to share a house with a young lady who was Ifa, and she sacrificed animals.
Yeah, but sacrifice animals don't get us nowhere.
I'm just saying, it was legal. Yeah. She could do it.
Yeah, it doesn't get you nowhere. Like, at the end of the day, you still just killed an innocent being.
So what is the basis of righteousness then?
I mean, whatever, brother. Righteousness is righteous, but it's not to be explained. It can't be explained.
It has to be.
Know, if you're sitting there, like, righteousness is life. Like, that's not. If I'm sacrificing, that's taking away life, bro. Like, could anybody can see that, the difference between, like, taking life and giving life. Okay. Righteousness is all life. So if you're dealing in anything that's in the darkness of that realm, that's not righteous, brother. If you think about you want to sacrifice something, take something life in order to try to do whatever ritual you want to go by, that's not righteous. So anybody can see that.
I'm actually with you on what you're saying, but so if somebody's creating, but here's my thing. You're creating a society. You want to create a black society, right? I'm assuming black.
It's for everybody.
Oh, so you can be white, black, Asian, it don't matter.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So there has to be some governance that determines what's right and what's wrong. And you're saying whatever is life affirming, right? Is that what you're saying? All right. So of course, no murder, no stealing, no sacrificing animals, no selling, no slavery, all these types of things.
Yeah, right? Those that don't produce life.
Okay. All right. So, and the basis of this is there something that this is based off of?
I mean,
other than something concrete.
It's prophecy been fulfilled, and it's probably be fulfilled.
Well,
it's a fulfillment of the prophecy of the Bible or the Quran and all the other books that people read that try to get closer to God.
Okay, so here's the thing about that. So the basis is the Bible, then the Old Testament, at least, right?
Yeah, it's a fulfillment of the whole book.
Fulfillment of the Old Testament. Now, fulfilling of the Old Testament says that you will sacrifice animals in perpetuity.
Well, that's the understanding that the people got.
That's what it says. It just says it plainly that you would do these things in perpetuity. I mean, what does perpetuity mean?
Well, when it comes down to animals, I'm gonna tell you like this, good brother. The understanding with animals, it doesn't see our people been deceived and been taught that these animals are just animals. Okay. And these animals are representations of people, of people characteristics.
So
so
I understand what you're saying.
Talks about ox. It talks about ox. It really talking of a person. If it talks of a donkey, it's talking of a person. It's not talking of you talk about like it's talking about goat. It talks for sheep. These things are more metaphorical for mind frames of people. And so we've been taught that that's an ox. That's an ox. And that's the ox that the Bible. So now we got people looking for a red heifer and all these other things. You know what I mean?
I understand where you're going with that, but you're basing it on Old Testament righteousness. And Old Testament righteousness is following the laws and statutes and rituals of the Old Testament.
Well, that's the part of the deception come in there, because the Old Testament,
You blink.
The fulfillment of the Old Testament is actually getting a law from the mouth of God, from the high priest.
Okay, but he's already given his law. The law is in the Old Testament, and they're not metaphoric. He literally meant for when a woman comes off of her menstrual cycle, when a baby is born, that you are to sacrifice either 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons for atonement, to make yourself clean. That wasn't metaphoric. That wasn't a metaphor. That was literal. That's what this God required of you.
You got that from the high priest, or you read that in that book that you say you don't believe in when I first talked to you?
I mean, that's in the book that I don't believe in, but it's based on.
Right. So I'm telling you the righteous facts of the book, what it is, and you tell me that it's not. If you just tell me that you don't believe in the book, so the argument is like it's not there, brother.
No, the argument is valid. Just because I don't believe in the book.
Think about it. We about to argue something that you don't believe in.
That doesn't matter. I don't believe. I can argue points of things that I don't believe in. I don't believe in communism, but I can argue the points of communism, of what it stands for, what it says, what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to live.
Understand what communism is. You got to be inside of communism to understand what communism is.
No, I don't have to.
You can't judge communism from outside because you'll be almost like a hypocrite or a heretic.
Yes, I can. We do it all the time, but yes, I can. You don't have to be.
You actually talk to a person of communism. They really like. You talk to a North Korean. A real North Korean might like where they like to be at.
Okay, I spent about 3 years working with Russians, and Russians who were of my age, so they grew up in communism. So I've spent plenty of time talking to people who lived through the Soviet Union. I spent 3 years living in Germany. I spoke to and often old Germans who lived through Nazi fascism. So I have the out, but that's still me coming from an outside perspective.
You talk to the poor ones or the one that's active in the government, because you will get a totally different outfit.
Both sides.
If you talk to the poor ones that's leasing their kingdom, the one that really don't believe in the kingdom.
Both.
But if you get opinion of somebody that's higher up of the middle class, you will get they'll love. If you talk to a minister, they'll love their position, brother.
And I've talked to people on both sides. Those people who were higher ups, and then when the government crashed, they still maintained a position of being a higher up because they understood how to change the system. Well, they were forced to change their system, but they were instrumental in changing their system. In the same way I dealt with not personally, Gaddafi? But I dealt with
Remember Gaddafi?
I didn't deal with Gaddafi at all, but I did deal with I was part of the group that dealt with the changes that happened in Rwanda, with bringing Kagame from being a lieutenant colonel into becoming the president of Rwanda, and how all that process went down in the mid-90s. So, but I still wasn't inside. So you saying I had to be inside of it, but you can still evaluate something even from the outside. So I don't need to believe in this Bible to be able to critique it or to evaluate it, right? Are you inside of white supremacy?
But this book, right, it's a coded book. It's a sacred book, and only the high priest is the one to give you to understand the other book. So if you never got your instructions from the high priest in this book, you would never truly understand it, because you'll be leaning on your own understanding to this book. You know what I'm saying?
But so instead of leaning to your understanding, you want me to lean onto some other man's understanding.
The high priest. That's
why should and what
that's
why
the whole order of the book.
Why should I credit him as a high priest of a book?
Well, the high priest is the one that's related to God, right? That's the Most High dwells in a vessel. Don't you believe the Most High operates in vessels?
No.
Oh, you don't think the Spirit
inside
the vessel?
I don't think none of that exists, but you still are saying that people have to follow this high priest who, according to the book that the high priest is following, he has to be a Levitical priest, right? His heritage, his genealogy has to be Levitical, going back to Aaron, right? Your phone is muted.
No, I hear you good, brother. My bad. Yeah, I hear you though. And, the thing is though, the whole order of the book. I mean, do you have a book on you right now?
I got it online.
Okay. Well, simple. You go to Deuteronomy 18 and 18. You can go to Malachi 2:7. You can go to, it's a couple precepts that I've explained to you that you're supposed to get your instruction from the priest. You know, and this is what we're missing. That's how we missing the mark. See, we going to these, we going to books. We're trying to find our way to the mark. We're trying to study our way to the mark, and we're not listening to get the way to the mark.
But why would I accept this book when the book is filled with contradictions and it is filled with other things that are declared to be righteous that I would abhor today? Like you're saying that you say yourself that that animal sacrifice is not righteous.
Right.
But the book that is speaking and it says it's telling Moses, I the Lord command you to tell the people this. So this is coming. So a high priest here, but Moses is talking to the God, and the God is saying, Moses, tell the people this right here. Now, which one is higher? What the God is saying or what the high priest is saying?
Right. So that's what it comes down to, brother. Like,
what
you're doing is you're reading it in a book. You're not getting it like Moses got it. You get it. See, Moses got it, and he got it to the people, and it was taken out of the land. See, we get into a book. So now we lean into our own understanding to this book. So we lean to images that the deception that the deceiver gave to us. Now we lean to illusions and different artifacts that the devil gave to us, and timelines that the devil gave to us, the deceiver gave to us.
So how is if the high priest is not based on the book that you? So the high priest. Wait, let me rephrase this. So the high priest is based on his accreditation is based on a book that was given by the devil.
No. See, the devil.
So how is he the high priest?
Understanding. The devil gave you your understanding.
How is the high priest? The devil don't exist, but how is the high priest? How do you know this high priest is coming from this God? And who is this guy? Where does this God show himself, demonstrate himself to be from? Is this the God of the Old Testament?
You're supposed to trust in spirit and truth. So you got to trust spirit and truth that he's kicking over the tables of the devil. That he's defeating the devil in his walk.
What's the difference? That sounds like the same thing that happened with Martin Luther when he had problems with the Catholic Church and began the Protestant Reformation. That sounds like John Smith and starting Mormonism, or anybody else that starts a different group based on.
Now you can go by Gaddafi. I'm talking about leaders. You compare us to leaders. Don't compare us to a religion group it wouldn't be right. Gaddafi still endorsed. This will be compared to Gaddafi. This will be compared to North Korean leader. This will be compared to the dude in Jerusalem. We are starting a country.
So
we're forming a country.
So
we're not starting a religion. We're not starting a sect.
So
we're starting a country.
Now, I know you probably recently found me. If you have found me years and years ago, I have done quite a few videos on, need to start our own country, or at least build our own cities or something like that, create some levels of autonomy of self in order to rise out of the ashes that our forefathers have went through. But even in doing so, you have to establish rules, regulations, governance.
Yeah, we got to.
But if those rules, regulations, and governance can't come from a religious standpoint, because now you're saying that I got to be part of your religious standpoint in order to exist in this society.
It's not a religion, bro. It's not a religious standpoint at all. Because I just told you, we got a king, and the king. When you deal with this high priest. You look at this is how it's prophesied in the book.
Who's the king?
When you look at the high priest, you're looking at the Most High. That's just how it is.
So if I want to live in this society, I gotta believe in your Most High.
That's how you do it in any society.
No, I live in America and I don't have to believe in any God whatsoever.
If you I got a dollar bill right now saying God we trust on every dollar bill, and God we trust on every dollar bill. So in every dollar, I got a bill. I turn my camera on right now. Every dollar bill. In my pocket, it say on the back, it say "In God We Trust."
What if
this is our God? Let's see, brother. Look, this is our God right here.
No, so
this is your God right here, United States.
That don't work, my guy.
This is your God, brother. If you believe it or not.
No, it's not.
If you want to believe it or not, this is our God right here.
No.
And we can take back our power, and we can formulate our own power.
So
and get off this power right here. If you want to be free from the Exodus, This is how we're gonna get free from the Exodus right here.
Hold on. So
and we gotta really get in God we trust.
So when I lived in Germany and I used German money, it don't have "In God We Trust" on it. Because back then I lived in Germany when they were still using the mark, they wasn't using the euro. But even if I was using the euro doesn't have "In God We Trust" on it. Now it has the same level of importance when I lived in Germany as the American dollar has in it. So why isn't, but writing "In God We Trust" on it doesn't make it my God.
Repeat that 1 second, brother. I'm sorry, but yeah, you said when you live in Germany, you said it doesn't have "In God We Trust."
Yep.
But you got to realize they all have their own monarchy. They have a king. And whenever you have a king, that you look at that king like the Jesus Christ on earth. Right? So when you go to these countries, right?
They didn't have a monarchy. They have a they are a socialist republic, I think. There's not a monarchy in Germany. And when I visit England, although they have a monarchy, that monarchy has no political power.
You telling me King Charles don't have political power? They own half the islands?
No, he doesn't have political power as far as being able to create and establish laws. He has.
He can change at any time. He can change any, overrule any law.
No, he can't. No, he can't.
All right, good brother.
The Constitution I don't know what they call it, but the Constitution equivalency that they have in England, the family, Charles will never have political power to create and enforce laws. He has no power over the military.
They enforce the religion, though.
No.
But once you keep the Catholic Church, Christianity, you basically run the world.
The British monarchy is not under the Catholic Church; they're under the Anglican Church, and so because James separated the England from the Catholic Church, so the Catholic Church, the Pope doesn't have power over the religion in England. Oh, so no, it doesn't work that way. And when you go to Germany, the Pope doesn't have power over the government of Germany. He doesn't have power over the government of Russia. So no. And like I said, they don't have a monarchy. I can't think of a country, maybe Monaco's. No, king doesn't have power to do laws. I can't think of a country in the world today that actually has a king, a monarchy. I'm sure there might be one, but no. So, but you're saying that this country that, damn, I forgot. See, that's why I wanted to say Judah, because I can remember Judah easily.
Oh,
Yaju wants to create is going to have a king.
He is the king.
So he's going to be the king establishing laws.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's not going to succeed.
Okay, all right, good brother. I'm bringing the water to you. You got to drink it.
No, I'm just saying. I want you to think about it, man.
I thought about
how many people are going to go up on a monarchy where the monarch can decide on any given day what the laws are, and then enforce those laws?
But it's not like. But when you're the king, you also have a cabinet. You have several different members. Because think about Saudi Arabia, the king over there. He has over 200 cabinet members that take care of certain things. You got people take care of the school.
Yeah.
You got people take care of the road. You got people take care
of course.
The lines.
But
one king can't do all that.
And no, so that's having a cabinet, true. But still, all monarchs had some levels of a cabinet going on. That's right. Pretty much was the basis of how the American cabinet system was established as well. But at the same time, the king of Saudi Arabia can decide what happens in that country at any given time. Right now, he can say, you know what? I know we're a dry country, but we're gonna have alcohol in our country now. He can decide that on his own without anybody else's advice.
He's doing that right now. He letting Americans come over there loosely and start up KFCs and Burger Kings.
But see, I was talking about alcohol. And see, the only thing that we negotiated is that when Americans have their base camps there because they needed our knowledge in order to do some of the things that they're doing as far as oil wells and oil production and so on and so forth, you can only have alcohol on your compound. All right, you can't bring it off the compound. You can't sell it to nobody. You can only have it on your compound for your personal consumption. When the women, they can drive on the compound, but as soon as they leave that compound, the women can't drive. So he is allowed a few things, but it's all in this little camp that you can only do these things in. If he decided right now that the Americans can't do that, they got to stop or get the hell out. You are proposing a society where you're expecting Black Americans or from any other diaspora to come up under a kingship where a man can decide what's going to happen in their life on a daily basis. I would never subject myself to that.
They made you everybody take a COVID shot. You know, you couldn't get a job. You ain't got a COVID shot.
I never took a COVID shot.
Well, I didn't take a COVID shot, but I can't get a county job right now. So I'm right now. I can't get a county job or a city job because I don't have a COVID shot.
But you can get other jobs.
I don't think the society should be like that.
It shouldn't. But can you get other jobs? Can you work for Coca-Cola? Can you work for Pepsi? Can you work for?
I want to work for the city.
But that's what you want to do. But you have the options of working for other people, though, right?
I want to work for the city.
But see, the difference between a kingship.
I don't want to drive an hour away to go to a job. I want to work in my city right here, pick up my trash can or pick up the trash like anybody else.
Okay, you're talking about what you want to do.
Yeah, I should be able to go to the port and get a job.
You should, but if you're living under do you realize that if you were living under a monarchy, that you would not have had an option to get the COVID shot? That you would have been under penalty of infracting a law if you would not have gotten the COVID shot, if that's what your king decided.
I'm just saying everywhere is a king, brother. Canada, Mexico.
No, it's not a king. I didn't get a COVID shot, but I can go out.
The words might not be king, bro. Like just really like it's whatever form the money is under, brother. Like pesos and these Canadian dollars and all these old. Even in Jamaica, like the Trinidad and Tobago, it has Queen Elizabeth on the money. So something come up. If you can't tie that together, that's saying that Queen Elizabeth of England is running the islands. Something's wrong, brother.
She wasn't running the island when Jamaica became its own gained its independence. She wasn't running the island. Now, was she still considered to be a regent of the island? Yeah, but did she have any political power? No. Jamaica governed themselves, as they still do today. They have treaties with different people. They establish their own laws. They have their own system of government. Yes, she's still on the money, but simply being on the money doesn't make you a king, a queen, or a god. It's just a system of barter. That's all money is a system of bartering that people trust the value of, or people create an intrinsic value of.
Now, Haiti is begging for some help right now.
Haiti is begging for some help because they're the only country that ever freed themselves from slavery, and then they accepted the terms of paying all that damn money back to Canada and France.
Right.
And then puppet shit was sent in there to mess them up even more. Because at that time frame of the world, you did not want slaves to be able to think that they can form their own country.
Right.
But so kings, you got to understand the difference between kings, democratic republics, and money. Because money is everywhere in the world. Money has always been in the world, whether it was animals or bartering, but it's always been some form of money, of trade, right? So are you proposing in this country, in this new form country, there's not going to be any money?
It's going to be absolute change of the whole system, brother. what's going on right now is going to be an absolute change of everything. It's a change of power all the way down from Roman Catholic Church, all the way up to the Roman Catholic Church.
It doesn't sound better if I got to believe in some God. I don't have the autonomy, the agency to think for myself.
It's totally about free thinking. How would you? That's the only way you have a form of government.
You said I got to believe in the Most High in order to be in this country.
Well, the Most High is God is all things. God is like the wind. God is the breath. God is everything.
I have to believe in this gentleman's version of God in order for me to live in this country.
If we want one accord, yes, I will assume that's how.
So then I have no autonomy of agency to think for myself.
So I want to ask you, what is your personal profession, brother? Like, is it just TikTok? Because if TikTok, it's a guidelines you got to go by on TikTok. So there's a TikTok master. You got to go by. Everything has guidelines that you go by.
Everything does. Yeah, they do. Everything has
guidelines. When even to be on here, what you're doing, you have to stay inside the guidelines.
Yeah.
Like everything you do is guidelines, brother. So now that we're saying a brother like amongst us to have a plan, and yes, we do got to go by the guidelines that's been established by the law, and you can't be part of the guidelines. Like we already do guidelines already.
Of course we do. There's always been some level of governance. What I'm trying to get across to you is that there are some levels of governance that is intolerable, and to have a king is intolerable. I can decide to never do, if I don't like TikTok's guidelines, and actually the 3 pinned videos I got I think two or three pinned videos I got at the top of my YouTube page was the fact that I was saying I'm not going live on TikTok anymore because I didn't like their guidelines, and so I stopped going live on TikTok.
And here we are now live, brother.
Because TikTok changed the guidelines.
Okay.
When the guidelines changed to fit that was more favorable to my freedom, that's when I came back to TikTok.
This king of the land, he said, "Hey, bro, more people are getting confused. You want people to drive on the left side? I think we need to drive on the right side. People are confused. We have more questions. You don't think the king will change that? The king should change that, right?"
No, but they don't always. They don't. That's why monarchies are one of the most dangerous forms of government ever. Because if the king doesn't give 2 shits about the people, then the king doesn't have to give 2 shits about the people. But you're comparing.
Sound like United States to me.
But you're comparing TikTok and the guidelines of TikTok, which my profession is retired. That's my profession. But you're comparing.
If you wasn't retired, you went by some kind of guidelines. Because if you didn't pay taxes, you wouldn't. You'll be.
I haven't paid taxes since 1991.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, you're one of the ones that slid through the cracks. But
I didn't slide through the cracks. You'll like this. I utilize the guidelines of the tax code to be able to avoid paying taxes.
Well, shit, you did the guidelines, man. It's the guidelines and everything.
I know. I said you're gonna like that one. But let's look at the.
I actually gotta go, brother. I'm gonna follow you. Man, look, bro, we do believe in exits happening now, brother.
I don't believe that.
If y'all do be online sometimes, and if you feel like you want to pick his brain because he is the master of the program. So if you want to go to the head, I'm just a worker. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. So I'm Jesus. I'm Jesus. He's Christ. You know what I'm saying? So this is how it go. I'm giving you out. If you want the true understanding of what's going on, you can have it, but if you want to stick to your own, you can stick to it.
Well, if I come across him, I'll listen to what he has to say because I'm an open person, and I will listen to what someone has to say. But I'm not. But the moment the person is saying that they're going to be the king, the monarch, and all that, you're going to lose me because I would never be under a monarchy. I would literally escape from. If America went to a monarchy right now, I got at least 4 different plans of how I can escape from America. Because I would never live under a monarchy.
Where would you go? Because where would you go? To England? Where would you go to Africa? Where would you go?
Why would I tell you where? Why would I say where I'm gonna go?
You can't escape.
If I got plans.
You can't escape the matrix, brother. It's everywhere. It's entangled everywhere. You can't escape.
You're not understanding what I just said. If America went to a monarchy,
Right.
Because I'm saying America is not a monarchy.
Mm-hmm.
But if it went to a monarchy, I am going to go to a country that does not have a monarchy.
You can't escape this. You can't escape it. Like when you go to Mexico, okay, you go to Mexico, and Mexico say, okay, we're gonna combine with the United States.
Then I will escape from there as well. You think my escape plan
in South America? Huh?
See, you're saying if they then join America.
You just did a whole bunch of if too.
No, there's
what we doing ifs.
Your ifs. Okay, so if America becomes a monarchy, and that is an if, I have an escape plan, right? Now, what I'm saying is that I'm not going to go to another country that is a monarchy. All I'm saying is I would never live under a monarchy. And I distinguish the difference between a monarchy and a democratic republic. You don't. You think that everything is a monarchy.
You're right, because everything, it's all under control. I understand that these things are under control by the Roman Catholic Church. Anywhere the church is that's the power of the Roman Catholic Church, and they think they're God.
If you go to the Netherlands, you will find that the Roman Catholic Church has zero power in the Netherlands. Zero. It is an incredibly secular country. That region is incredibly secular. There's no monarchy there, and those people have a higher quality of life and higher education than most countries in the world. So, yeah, they're not running everything like that.
Look, I can't agree with you on that. You know, there is different sects of wickedness. You know, some might not be wicked as the other one, but they are wicked because it's not my God. So hey, you know what I mean? It is what it is, good brother.
It is. I want you to get some. I would love for you to have more optimism about the world, man, because I understand it's hard sometimes when you look at the world, especially when you want to do a certain job. They won't let you do it because you didn't get the COVID vaccine, and it just adds to the whole thing because it's hard being Black in America. Even though things are better now for us than it was for our parents, it's still not. We're still not all starting on equal footing, and we still all don't have equal opportunities. So I get it. And then some of the rules don't fit what we desire to have in our life, but that's going to be everywhere you go. Everywhere you go, there's going to be some rules of that land that don't fit how you want to live your life. Unless you go live somewhere off the grid by yourself, that's just the world. And it's always been the world. The only time it wasn't is when it was hunter-gatherers and there weren't that many people on the planet and there was a lot of wide open spaces, and they're just not wide open spaces like that anymore. I mean, there's no one on the Marshall Islands. So the Marshall Islands might be one of the few places in the world that you can just go and live however you want to live. That would probably be your only freedom that you can find. Ain't nothing but you and the penguins living on Marshall Islands. So, but hell, there's probably some rule that doesn't allow you for you to live on the Marshall Islands. I don't know. I haven't researched the Marshall Islands like that. But I appreciate you being up here. I know you said you had to go and handle, whatever you're doing right now. So I appreciate you coming on. I don't know if anybody else is in the queues. Oh, hell no. It's been 4 hours. And I still haven't done my other work. And I'm hungry. So I appreciate everybody for being on here. Going out the door, let me get those two things out the way. I'm doing a webinar on September 14th for Exodus, the biggest lie ever told. You can go to the YouTube channel at Coach Renz 33, and you'll be able to click on the link for that event. And then we have. Oh, you still there? Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, what's the problems with dating? Hey, so what do you stand on, good brother? I never heard your stance. I think I did a lot of talking on my stance. I never heard what your stance is with the world. How do you feel?
About what aspect? Like what?
Are you think we're in Exodus already? Are you looking for an Exodus or like what?
I don't think the Exodus ever happened. And if we're talking about economic situation for people, Black people in America, or people of color, oppressed people in America, then yeah, I think we need to learn economics and build our own communities and work within our own communities to have political power if you're going to stay in this country or any country. You need to work together to build political power so that you can impact laws and rules that benefit your community. So, and I don't really care what your religion is. It's about economic empowerment, which gives you political power in almost every country in the world. So I stand on that as far as economic power overcoming oppression. Plus, that economic power will help to decrease the amount of systematic racism that any group of people is facing.
I hear you. And to reach that goal, or how would you think? Well, can you give me an example of how, like, if your imagination, how would we reach that goal if it be in your living while you still alive? How would that look? How would you think that look?
Are we doing this in America or outside of America? Because I have a plan for both. That's why I ask.
Oh, so you do have a plan right now for it to right now, like, is it on the internet or something? Like,
no, I've expressed two different ways that and mainly focusing on the diasporas from Africa, of how to overcome a lot of the systematic racism that we face. Now, of course, I recognize reality. The overwhelming majority of Black Americans are not going to leave America. They're going to stay in America. So I'm not going to make a plan that I know they're just not going to do. So, but since the overwhelming majority of Black Americans already live in the Southeast, the goal would be, let's take over the Southeast, move to the South, all them ones up in New York and Detroit and Chicago and all these other places outside of the Southeast. If we all move to the Southeast, we would have enough of a population growth that we would be able to take over every political office, from the governor to senators down to the commissioner of sanitation. And then by taking over every position in between, we now will have political power throughout the Southeast and be able to influence federal powers as well. Now, we also, because we are coming down in such form, we will have to continue to build business, but stop building the same fucking business over and over again. We got enough restaurants. We got enough Jamaican restaurants. We got enough soul food restaurants, but start getting into STEM industries so that we are controlling the bulk of the money that is generated within the Southeast as well. By doing that, and of course, controlling all the politics up and down, you're also controlling the police force and any other government force that zoning laws and zoning and things of that nature. So now you have control. You're still within the federal government system, but you control your state.
So, what laws or what kind of constitution? Will we go to the United States Constitution, or will be created?
In that example, you're still under the United States Constitution, but you have enough political power that you can influence and change the state constitution, because you do have state rights to do certain things that the federal government can't force you to do. So you can control the education within your state, within your county, when you grab that power. All right. And if we got 76% of Black Americans living in the Southeast, we can control from Louisiana over to South Carolina. Right?
Somebody will go for a governor's seat, and so on down.
Oh, all the way down. All the way down to the Parks and Recreation Commissioner.
Okay.
And then,
or it's like just diaspora. So if somebody want to go over to diaspora, what would that be?
Now,
would that be like Africa?
Yeah. Now, as far as going to another country, then the plan that I suggest would be to choose. There's only a few countries right now that I would choose in Africa that we would all move to. And the beauty of that one is that it's going to wreck the American economy for a while if we all left. But the boost that a country like Zimbabwe or Ghana or Togo, Benin, Rwanda, the boost that they would gain in economics, as far as money, as boost they would gain as far as intelligence, in the STEMs industry and every other industry, that those countries would immediately over the first 10 years become a first world nation, economically and politically, because of the economics. And so all of us move, 76% of us moving to one of those countries would be a game changer because it's already controlled by Black people. And that number of people coming in will have such a heavy influence on whoever is running it. Personally, Rwanda would be my favorite because I like the policies of Kagame. Second to him would be Torres.
You understand immigration, right?
Yeah.
The immigration, like a mass influx of somebody to a country, they would mess up their hospitals. They would flood their hospitals and flood their schools and flood their housing and things like that, right? Because like right now, we get a massive flux of Spanish people, immigrants all over the world that's coming to America. And now to get a regular hospital checkup, you had to 6 months. You had to register 6 months out.
Where you at?
So
what state you're in?
I'm in California.
Okay. So places like California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, they deal with that issue. And you're right. So here's the thing, though. This is the thing. There's this concept. This was not a concept. It's called the law of diffusion of innovation, I believe is what it's called. And what that demonstrates is that you're not going to get the huge mass at first. You're going to get a 1% draw, then a 3%, then somewhere between around a 10% draw. It is when you go over 18% that now a larger 36% come. In the way that I would plan it, if I was in control of it, once we hit that 10% and we know that we're getting closer to the inflection point, that 10% coming into a country like Rwanda, that 10% has to be geared towards the setting up the infrastructure for this 36% that we know are going to come once we go over the inflection point of 15 to 18%, so that we have enough hospital, we have enough roads, we have the infrastructure to be able to support this large number of people who come in. Now, you're still going to have some growing pains even at that rate, because when that 36% come, it's still going to come faster than you can handle it. But this is where continuously building the infrastructure is vital. Just like living here in San Antonio, their bridge and highway network is something Atlanta could have used 10 years ago. But Atlanta's behind the curve. They always slow as shit when it comes to their highway system. But they are pre-building their infrastructure for the growth that they are projecting. So that's how you have to be in those countries. Especially once you hit that 8 to 10%, start building the infrastructure for that. America does a horrible job at pre-planning in most cases.
Right, I totally understand. I pretty much hear your plan out, brother. I hope you can hear our plan out. That it's a little different. It's creating our own country, not in this country, but we do have a plan. We do have an exit for this country, but we can have our own country.
Yeah, that's
and have our own hospitals and doctors and all our own things, and of our own. That's God given to us. The minerals of the ground and the ocean and the sea and the air.
I'm curious.
Those all things should be to us.
Where is this country? Where is this going to be?
It will be the home base will be in Ethiopia, but we will be, it's a worldwide thing, because as you know, the prophet said, all nations will flow into Christ.
So you think that his proposal is that he's going to go to Ethiopia, accumulate some land, and then become independent of Ethiopia?
No, we don't have to accumulate anything. It will be given over to Christ.
So he's going to get the Ethiopian.
The whole world. If you don't know what a UCC1 is?
No, I used to know, but I can't think of it right now.
Well, they do have a UCC1 that's been created. The whole world is indebted to Christ.
What's a UCC1?
That's something when you're doing business and you owe a debt and you come and collect the debt. Like you go to court and you want to say that you owe this person have this much. Like they got a car and a house. it lets you know, far as like the property that's been, you know, that need to be obtained.
And who they collecting this debt from?
Well, when Christ has been revealed now, Christ will collect the debt from everyone that built their empire on this Jesus Christ scenario.
So a UCC1 is international?
Yes, international. Yes, sir. This is an international one. Yes.
And what you're saying is that they're just going to willingly give all this money, and then Ethiopia is going to give this land to establish a new country.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the prophecy. Yes, sir. So the prophecy is supposed to, that's how that prophecy is fulfilled.
I don't know what prophecy that is.
Because if the, like, a lot of people talk about the Bible, so I do believe the Bible didn't be deconstructed. Because if any of those things ever took place, we have the kingdom right now on earth, right here. While we'll be claiming that we from a certain kingdom right now as we talk. But right now, we're just Americans, and we're lost. So we're just lost sheep, and we don't know what we is today. You know, so I mean, brother, it's a lot to it. I'm kind of there's a lot to it that we need to deconstruct. You know,
I do agree we need to deconstruct, but I'm not going into a monarchy though. That's not gonna happen. And I don't see the whole world just saying, "Hey, group of black people, we're gonna give you this land in Ethiopia and give you all this money to build your own country." And I don't know what prophecy that is. I've never read a prophecy that would establish that. But like most prophecies, they fail to come to fruition. But I gotta get off here, man. Don't you ask me another question. Don't you do it.
Well, I was gonna say have a good one, brother. You
know, okay.
No, I was signing up. I was done. I heard you and your message and your plan, and good luck to it, man. You know, because you know, hey, man, good luck to it, man. Trying to build your nation and your kingdom or whatever you're trying to accomplish. Good luck to you, brother.
I appreciate it. Good luck to you too. So, yeah, that's the show for today, y'all. That's the 4.5 hours. Y'all really got me good today. So, remember, we are having our meetup here in San Antonio, October 31st through November 2nd. The link go to my YouTube channel at Coach Renz 33, and you'll be able to see the link for our meetup to reserve your room at the Drury Plaza in downtown San Antonio. There's free breakfast and free supper when you are staying at the Drury Plaza. We'll have events at the Drury Plaza, events at the Japanese Tea Garden, at the Devil's River Distillery. So I know I was supposed to give y'all the agenda Monday, but I will somewhat promise I'm gonna give it to you tomorrow. So y'all have a great day, and always remember you have to free yourself to be yourself because your greatness is non-negotiable. And I will see you tomorrow at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. 12 noon Eastern Standard Time, and continue to share and like the videos and subscribe. Later. It's